What's up, guys? CrumbleBob here, back with more stories. This time I spent hours hunting down tales of pure unfairness, wives putting down their husbands for no reason at all. Want to know how it all played out? Then sit back, relax, and let's dive into this world of injustice together. So, my wife Sarah and I have been married for 8 years, and things have been good. Not perfect, but good. We both work full-time jobs, and we've got our routines and our weekend plans and date nights, maybe once a month when we're not too tired from work. And I thought we were doing fine. Maybe not honeymoon phase fine, but normal married couple fine, where you're comfortable with each other and don't need to be all over each other every second of the day. But apparently Sarah's been talking to her divorced friends about our marriage, and they've been filling her head with all this garbage about how I'm not attentive enough and not romantic enough, and how she needs to make me fight for her, or some ridiculous nonsense like that. And I'm finding all this out after the fact, which makes it even worse, because while I'm going through literal hell thinking my wife is cheating on me, she's planning this whole elaborate scheme with her bitter friends who can't stand that someone else might actually have a decent marriage. It started about 6 weeks ago when Sarah began acting differently, like really differently. She was suddenly working late all the time and coming home with this guilty look on her face, but also kind of excited and secretive. And when I'd ask her about her day, she'd get all vague and change the subject. And she started dressing nicer for work, taking longer getting ready in the morning and putting on perfume when she never used to wear perfume to work before. At first I thought perhaps she was planning a surprise for me or something, since our anniversary is coming up in a few months. But then she began getting texts at strange hours, and she'd quickly grab her phone when it buzzed and turn it face down. And when I asked who was texting her so late, she'd say it was just work stuff or her sister, but she'd get all flustered and defensive about it. Then there was the night she came home at almost midnight and said she'd been out with the girls, but she smelled like men's cologne and her lipstick was smeared. And when I asked her about it, she said she must have hugged someone goodbye. But she couldn't look me in the eye when she said it. And I'm not an idiot. I know what it looks like when someone's been kissing someone else. I started paying more attention after that, and the signs just kept piling up. She was taking phone calls in the other room and hanging up quickly when I walked in. She was doing laundry more often and being strange about it, like she didn't want me to see certain clothes. She was showering as soon as she got home from work, which she never used to do. And she kept mentioning this new guy at her office named Jake and how funny he was and how he'd helped her with some project. The Jake thing truly bothered me because she'd mention him in conversation but then stop herself and change the subject. And when I asked her more about him, she'd act strange and say he was just a coworker. But she'd already told me too much about him for him to be just a random coworker. For instance, she'd mention he drives a motorcycle, that he's recently divorced, and that he's really into rock climbing. All these personal details you don't typically know about random coworkers. I tried talking to her about how withdrawn she'd been acting, and she just dismissed me and said I was being overly suspicious, and that she was just stressed about work and tired and needed some space, but the more space I gave her, the worse it got. And it became increasingly clear that something was happening. And I'm not the type of person to just bury my head in the sand and pretend everything's fine when it's clearly not. The final straw was 2 weeks ago when she claimed she was going to dinner with her sister, but then I ran into her sister at the grocery store, and when I mentioned that Sarah was supposed to be with her, her sister had a confused look and said she hadn't made any plans with Sarah. And that's when I was certain she was lying to me and likely meeting up with this Jake guy. I faced her when she got home that night and asked her directly if she was having an affair, and she became quite distressed and began weeping and claiming how I could possibly believe that of her and that she cared for me and would never betray me. But she still couldn't account for her actual whereabouts or the reason for her lie about being with her sister. And when someone can't give you a clear reply about something so straightforward, you realize they're concealing something significant. I got no sleep whatsoever that night, and I continually pondered all the indications and all the falsehoods and how she'd been making a fool of me for weeks. And I understood that I couldn't continue living this way, questioning daily whether my wife was being loyal to me, and I concluded that I had to either uncover the truth or terminate our relationship, because this uncertainty was destroying me. So I began making arrangements to employ a private investigator, because I required evidence before taking any extreme measures. I did not hire one, and I was looking into divorce attorneys online simply to understand my alternatives. And I was sincerely bracing myself for the worst possible outcome, where I'd have to rebuild my entire life, because my wife had been betraying me with some motorcycle-riding rock climber from her workplace. But then last Tuesday, everything shifted, and I learned the truth, but in the most awful manner. Sarah's friend Lisa called me, totally inebriated and babbling about how proud she was of Sarah for at last following their counsel and making me envious, and how it was succeeding so well because I was finally giving Sarah attention once more. I had no clue what she was talking about, so I requested her to clarify, and that's when the entire story emerged. Evidently, Sarah and her divorced friends, Lisa, Monica, and Jennifer, had been devising this entire simulated affair for months as a means to make me more observant and affectionate, and they'd persuaded Sarah that the optimal method to make a man value what he possesses is to make him believe he might forfeit it, which is the most perverse reasoning I've ever encountered. Lisa informed me that they'd even assisted Sarah in concocting all the specifics about Jake, who is apparently a genuine co-worker, but Sarah's never even had a discussion with him beyond fundamental work matters, and they'd been instructing her on how to behave suspiciously and covertly to make me believe she was unfaithful. And they found it amusing that their scheme was succeeding so effectively, and that I was finally acting like a jealous spouse who was contending for his wife. I ended the call with Elisa and just remained seated for about an hour, attempting to comprehend what I'd just heard, and I experienced every imaginable emotion. Initially, I felt relief because she wasn't actually cheating. Next, I was bewildered because why anyone would do such a thing to their partner. Then a rage unlike any I'd ever known consumed me as I grasped that my wife had intentionally tormented me for weeks. That night, when Sarah arrived home, I informed her that Lisa had called and revealed everything, and I saw her face drain of color. Then she began weeping and apologizing, claiming it was merely a foolish prank and that she never intended for it to escalate this much, and that she was planning to tell me the truth, eventually regardless. But I was so enraged I could barely utter a word, and I told her that faking infidelity to your husband is not a joke. It's emotional abuse. She continued to try and explain how her friends had persuaded her that our marriage was becoming stagnant and that I was underappreciating her, and that she simply wished for me to demonstrate greater attention and appreciation. And she stated that the scheme had succeeded because I had been more loving and observant over the past few weeks, which intensified my anger because she was correct. I had been making a greater effort, believing I was losing her. I told her that what she'd done was disturbing and manipulative, and that rather than simply discussing her feelings of being unappreciated with me, she opted to lead me to believe she was having an affair and observe my suffering for weeks, and that I had lost sleep, lost weight, and felt wretched daily, believing my marriage was crumbling, while she merely continued to apologize and claim it was an error. However, here's the crucial point, and this is what people consistently fail to grasp when I attempt to clarify it for them. It wasn't merely an error or a poor jest. It was a deliberate campaign to manipulate my thoughts and feelings, and it succeeded precisely as they intended, meaning Sarah observed me daily, being suspicious, worried, and jealous, and she fully understood the reason for my feelings, as she was intentionally creating them. The deeper I considered it, the more enraged I became because I understood that each instance I had attempted to discuss her aloofness, she had made me feel as if I were being paranoid and insecure. And each time I had inquired about her late work hours or receiving enigmatic texts, she had behaved as though I were being controlling and envious, when all along she was aware that her conduct was specifically intended to elicit those very feelings in me. And the most painful part is that her friends found this amusing. They considered it entertaining to watch me suffer and doubt myself and my marriage. And they were likely talking about me behind my back and joking about my gullibility and the success of their foolish plan. And Sarah was involved in all of this. She was actively contributing to making me the target of their joke. I told Sarah that I needed some time to reflect, but truly, I knew I couldn't stay another moment in that house. I spent the next hour haphazardly tossing my clothes and other personal items into bags and boxes. Unsure of how long I'd be gone, I left most of it at a nearby storage unit before taking just enough essentials to my brother's place. While I was there, I couldn't stop thinking about what this meant for our marriage and whether I could ever trust her again. Because if she could lie to my face for weeks, watch me suffer, and believe it was justified just because her friends told her to, then what else might she be capable of? My brother and my parents, and even some of my friends, believe I'm overreacting and that I ought to forgive her, as she wasn't truly cheating, but merely trying to get my attention. But they fail to grasp what it was like to live through those weeks, convinced my wife was betraying me and that our marriage was a sham. And they don't realize that the emotional harm from believing someone you love is cheating on you is identical, whether they're truly cheating or simply feigning it. I kept picturing her with this Jake guy, pondering what I'd done amiss, how long it had been happening, and if she'd ever truly loved me or merely been settling for me until someone superior appeared, and I was devising how to divide our belongings, where I'd reside, and how I'd inform people that my marriage had failed. And all that mental and emotional agony was utterly needless, brought about by someone who professes to love me. Fortunately, the sole straightforward aspect of the logistics was the living arrangement, since we only rent the apartment, and the lease has consistently been in her name, meaning I was unequivocally the one who had to depart. After 4 days staying with my brother, my decision was made, and I sought out a divorce attorney. After I recounted the entire situation to him, he remarked he'd never encountered anything quite similar, but that emotional mistreatment and manipulation were certainly valid reasons for divorce, and that Sarah's actions demonstrated a basic absence of regard for me and for our union. I returned home and informed Sarah that I had initiated divorce proceedings, and she entirely lost control, began yelling and weeping and imploring me not to abandon her, and asserting she'd do anything to compensate me, that she'd never again heed her friends, and that she had learned her lesson. But I told her that the lesson she should have grasped was not to torment your partner for amusement, and that's a lesson that mature individuals ought not to require learning. She telephoned her parents and my parents and initiated this entire campaign to persuade everyone to sway my decision, and she repeatedly stated that divorce was overly drastic and that we ought to attend counseling and address this. But I have no desire to address this because I refuse to be wed to someone who believes it's permissible to emotionally exploit me and then behave as though I'm the one being irrational when I don't tolerate it. Her friends Lisa and Monica actually had the nerve to call me and tell me I was being too sensitive and that it was just a harmless prank and that Sarah had learned her lesson and wouldn't do anything like this again. And I told them that if they thought what they'd done was harmless, then they were even more messed up than I'd thought, and that they'd probably destroyed my marriage for their own entertainment, because they couldn't stand seeing someone else happy when their own relationships had failed. Lisa got really defensive and said that Sarah had been complaining about me not being romantic enough and not paying enough attention to her, and that they were just trying to help her get what she needed from her marriage. And I said that if Sarah had problems with our marriage, then she should have talked to me about them instead of conspiring with her bitter friends to play mind games with me. The thing that really gets me is that Sarah still doesn't seem to understand why what she did was so wrong. She keeps focusing on the fact that she didn't actually cheat, and that it was all fake, like that makes it better somehow. But she doesn't seem to grasp that the emotional impact on me was exactly the same as if she had been cheating, and that doing it on purpose actually makes it a bit worse, not better. I've been at my brother's place for 2 weeks now, and Sarah constantly texts me, pleading for me to return home and discuss things, and she sent a lengthy email stating she understands her error and wishes to attend marriage counseling to restore our trust. But I don't believe trust can be restored after an event like this, because how can I be certain she won't choose to test me again if her friends offer her poor counsel? Everyone keeps inquiring if I truly intend to discard 8 years of marriage due to this single event. But it's not a single event. It's weeks of deliberate deceit and manipulation, and it's the understanding that my wife holds me in such low regard that she would subject me to emotional torment, merely to see if she could make me strive for her attention. The divorce documents were delivered yesterday, and Sarah telephoned me, weeping and pleading for me to rethink, and she claimed she would cease contact with Lisa, Monica, and Jennifer, and that she'd do anything to regain my confidence. But I informed her that the issue isn't her friends. The issue is that she considered their suggestion a good idea initially. I realize some people believe I'm being too harsh and that I ought to give her another chance, but I keep recalling those weeks when I couldn't eat or sleep properly because I was so worried about losing her. And I keep recalling how she watched me go through that and knew exactly why it was happening and allowed it to continue regardless. And I simply cannot move past that. Perhaps if she'd been honest after a few days and told me it was all fabricated, I might have forgiven her. But she allowed it to persist for weeks, and she was ready to let it extend even further had Lisa not gotten intoxicated and revealed the secret. And that reveals everything I need to understand about what kind of person she truly is. So that's the current situation. I'm getting divorced, and everyone thinks I'm irrational for leaving my wife over a harmless prank. But I know that what she did wasn't harmless, and it wasn't a prank. It was a betrayal of everything that marriage is meant to be about, and I'm not going to spend the rest of my life wondering what other tests she might decide to put me through. Am I in the wrong for divorcing my wife over this? Because everyone keeps making me feel like I'm the one being unreasonable here. Update 1. Oh my goodness, I didn't expect this to gain such widespread attention, and I've been perusing all the comments and messages, and I must say that it's been both validating and overwhelming to see so many people who understand why this was such a big deal to me. Many people have been inquiring for further specifics about precisely what Sarah did during those weeks and how her friends were implicated, so I'll endeavor to provide some of the missing information. As candidly, writing it all down the first time was somewhat therapeutic and aided me in processing everything that transpired. So Sarah's circle of friends includes Lisa, who divorced 2 years prior after her husband was unfaithful with his secretary. Monica, who's been divorced on 2 occasions and is presently seeing some man she encountered on a dating application whom she incessantly criticizes. And Jennifer, who separated from her spouse last year, with their divorce just finalized a few months back. They gather every Thursday evening for what they term wine night, but which is truly just a session where they sit around lamenting about men and relationships. I once considered it innocuous and actually urged Sarah to attend, as she appeared to relish it, and I presumed everyone requires friends and pastimes. However, I now comprehend that these women have been turning her against me for months, asserting that I'm too settled in our marriage and that I don't value her, and that she needs to stir things up to remind me what I stood to lose. The particular actions Sarah took during those 6 weeks were more severe than I initially stated in my first message. For instance, she began exercising more and purchasing new attire, and when I praised her, she'd behave secretively, claiming she was merely trying to improve her self-perception, which led me to believe she was attempting to impress someone else. She also began being quite critical of me in ways she had not previously exhibited, such as remarking on my work attire or implying I should get a superior haircut, or inquiring why I no longer arranged unexpected dates, and then I assumed she was experiencing a sort of midlife phase. But now I understand she was adhering to a plan her friends had provided to make me feel unsure of myself and insufficient. The phone calls and texts were also entirely fabricated. Lisa and Monica would message her at arbitrary moments and phone her during the evening so she could behave secretively and with an air of guilt. And they'd even investigated this Jake individual at her workplace so they could supply her with credible specifics to insert into discussions. For instance, they searched for him on social media and discovered information about his motorcycle and interests, so Sarah would have information that appeared genuine to relay. But here's the part that truly gets to me. Sarah told me that they'd crafted an entire timeline for this whole plan. For instance, they'd intended for it to extend for 2 or 3 months, and they had distinct phases charted out, where Sarah would steadily heighten the suspicious actions to make me increasingly jealous and determined to win her back. Phase 1 involved simply being distant and secretive. Phase 2 consisted of the fake texts and calls and working late. Phase 3 was intended to be her actually going out, staying out late, and returning home with clear indications that she'd been with someone else. And Phase 4 was planned to be her vanishing for whole nights and letting me believe she was having full-blown affairs. Thankfully, Lisa got drunk and messed up their scheme before they got to Phases 3 and 4, because I truly don't know how I would have coped with believing Sarah was sleeping with someone else. I was already barely managing just from what she did in Phases 1 and 2. Sarah also confessed that they'd been capturing photos and videos of her throughout this entire ordeal, like recording how upset and concerned I was becoming and how their scheme was succeeding, and they thought it was hilarious that I'd started bringing her flowers and planning date nights because I was trying so hard to save our marriage. That might be the most twisted aspect of everything, that they were literally recording my suffering and treating it as amusement, and Sarah was not only fine with this, but actively involved by telling them how I was responding to each new falsehood she shared with me. Many people in the comments questioned if Sarah appeared to relish what she was doing, or if she seemed torn about it. And frankly, looking back, I believe she was reveling in the power and control side of it, as she appeared invigorated and thrilled during those weeks, in a manner I hadn't witnessed in years. And I thought it was because she was falling for someone else. But now I think it was because she was delighting in the manipulation. She'd arrive home from work with this sly smile, and she'd watch me try to discern what was different about her. And when I'd ask questions, she'd provide just enough information to keep me guessing, but not enough to actually calm my fears. And there were definitely moments when I caught her looking almost entertained by my anxiety and confusion. I also discovered that her friends had been advising her on how to gaslight me. Like when I challenged her about lying about being with her sister, they'd instructed her to turn it around on me and make me feel guilty for not trusting her and for being paranoid and controlling, which is precisely what she did. And when I attempted to talk to her about her distant behavior, they'd told her to make me feel like I was being needy and clingy and that I needed to grant her space, which again is precisely what she told me. So this entire situation was like an orchestrated psychological assault designed to make me question my own perceptions and feel as though I was the problem. The more specifics I uncover about what they actually did, the more enraged I become, and the more convinced I am that I made the correct choice by filing for divorce, because this wasn't some harmless prank that spiraled out of control. This was an intentional campaign to emotionally torment me for their amusement. Sarah has been leaving me voicemails daily, pleading with me to reconsider and vowing she'll never speak to those friends again, and that she'll do whatever it takes to make this right. But the damage is done, and I don't think there's any coming back from something like this. I've also been receiving calls from her parents and even her sister, asking me to give Sarah another chance, and saying she's learned her lesson, and that everyone makes mistakes. But this wasn't an error. This was a choice she made every single day for 6 weeks, and she had multiple chances to stop it and tell me the truth, but she opted to keep it going. Her sister actually claimed that I was being cruel by refusing to even talk to Sarah about working things out. And I told her that what's cruel is watching your spouse suffer and worry and doubt themselves, while you know exactly why they're suffering and you're causing it on purpose. The divorce is progressing, and I'm honestly feeling more at peace with my decision daily, especially as I learn more about how planned and calculated this whole thing was. Because I realize now that the woman I thought I married doesn't actually exist, and the real Sarah is someone who thinks it's acceptable to torture the person she claims to love for entertainment. Some people have asked if I'm worried that I'm making a mistake and that I'll regret this later, but frankly, I feel like I'm finally seeing clearly for the first time in weeks, and what I see is that I deserve better than someone who would do something like this to me. Update 2. Things have gotten even more insane since my previous update, and I honestly don't know whether to laugh or scream at this stage, but I wanted to give everyone an update because there have been some new developments that make this whole situation even more ridiculous than it already was. So Sarah apparently decided that since begging and crying wasn't working, she needed to try a different approach, and she's now claiming that the whole fake affair thing was actually my fault because I wasn't giving her sufficient attention, and she felt overlooked and unappreciated in our marriage. She sent me this long text message yesterday explaining she'd been dropping hints for months about wanting more romance and attention and how I'd been ignoring all her signals. So she felt she had no choice but to do something drastic to get through to me. And she actually used the phrase, "You forced me to fake an affair," which is possibly the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. Based on her new account, this was not a prank at all. Instead, it was a genuine effort to convey her needs to me after I had failed to notice her more subtle signals, and she genuinely appears to believe that her actions were justified because I had not been fulfilling her emotional needs. I presented this text to my attorney, and he simply shook his head and stated he's never witnessed anyone dig themselves into a deeper hole so efficiently, because now, rather than simply admitting she made a mistake and seeking forgiveness, she's actually attempting to justify her actions and blaming me for pushing her to it. But wait, it gets worse, because seemingly, Sarah has been discussing our circumstances with some of her other friends and colleagues, and she's been informing people that I'm divorcing her, because she attempted to enliven our marriage, and that I'm being excessively jealous and possessive by not valuing her endeavors to make our relationship more thrilling. I discovered this because my friend Dave is employed at the same company as Sarah, and he took me aside yesterday to inquire what on earth was happening, because people at Sarah's workplace are seemingly discussing how I'm filing for divorce over some innocent flirting and jealousy games, and they believe I'm entirely overreacting. Dave knows me sufficiently to understand that this didn't seem right, so he asked me for the true story. And when I told him what actually happened, he was utterly stunned and said that Sarah had been portraying it as merely some light-hearted teasing to make me more observant, not a campaign of psychological manipulation. So now I'm contending with the fact that Sarah is actively altering history and making me appear to be the villain to anyone willing to listen. And I'm sure her divorced friends are supporting her account of events, because they were the ones who devised this foolish scheme in the first place. I decided I needed to safeguard myself from the stories she's crafting, so I actually kept all the voicemails she left me right after I discovered the truth, where she was weeping and apologizing and confessing that it was all fake and that she'd made an awful error, because I have a sense I'll require evidence of what actually happened when she attempts to portray me as the antagonist. Speaking of her friends, Lisa apparently regained sobriety and recognized that she'd ruined their entire plan. So she called me to try to manage the fallout and persuade me that their actions weren't truly that severe and that I ought to give Sarah another opportunity. But rather than aiding her argument, she only worsened it by disclosing even more specifics, about how calculated and intentional this entire matter was. She informed me that they'd actually been devising this for 3 months before they began putting it into action, and that they'd investigated various methods to make men envious and controlling, and had selected the fake affair strategy because they believed it would be the most potent way to prompt me to improve my role as a husband. She also noted that they'd been recording the entire situation in a group chat, exchanging updates about my reactions and rejoicing each time their scheme succeeded in making me more worried or watchful. And she mentioned they'd been referring to it as a Project Wake-Up Call, which makes me ill to consider. But here's the detail that truly infuriated me. Lisa stated that they'd actually been let down that it took me such a long time to confront Sarah about the affair, because they presumed I'd become jealous and possessive much earlier, and they were beginning to believe that perhaps I simply didn't care enough about Sarah to contend for her. So not only did they torment me for 6 weeks, they were actually assessing my behavior as a concerned husband and questioning if I would respond forcefully enough to make their experiment valuable, as if I were some sort of laboratory animal that wasn't meeting their standards. Lisa also informed me that Monica had proposed they should escalate things even further and have Sarah actually go on a fake date with some guy just to see how far they could push me before I broke, but fortunately, they decided that was too dangerous, because they were afraid I might actually hire a private investigator or do something else that would reveal their plan. The fact that they even contemplated taking it that far demonstrates to me that these women possess absolutely no boundaries or sense of propriety, and they would have continued pushing until they completely shattered my mental health if they hadn't been halted by their own foolishness. I also learned that Sarah's parents sensed something was happening because she'd sought their advice on how to make me more loving and thoughtful. But she told them she was just arranging some surprises and aimed to alter our routine, so they had no clue she was truly planning to fake an affair. When her parents discovered the truth after I filed for divorce, they were reportedly horrified and told Sarah that her actions were utterly unacceptable. But they're still attempting to persuade me to give her another opportunity, because they don't wish to see their daughter's marriage conclude because of this. Her dad actually phoned me yesterday and mentioned that he grasped why I was upset, but that Sarah had learned her lesson and that divorce appeared to be an extreme response. And I informed him that what his daughter did was extreme, and that my response was proportional to the harm she'd inflicted. I also informed him that if someone besides Sarah had done this to me, like if a stranger had spent 6 weeks making me believe my wife was cheating solely for their own amusement, he would likely want me to press charges, and the fact that it was his daughter who did it doesn't make it any less damaging or warped. He didn't truly have a reply for that, and I believe he's beginning to grasp that this isn't merely some marital quarrel that can be resolved with counseling and apologies. The divorce proceedings are progressing, and my lawyer states we should be able to conclude this quite swiftly, since we have no children, and our financial matters aren't overly complex. Frankly, I simply desire it to end so I can begin reconstructing my life without facing Sarah's efforts to control the story. I'm also intending to relocate to another area of town after the divorce is finalized, because I wish to avoid encountering Sarah or her acquaintances at the grocery store, the gym, or anywhere else. And I believe a new beginning in a different locale will help me leave this entire nightmare in the past. A few individuals have inquired if I miss Sarah or if I'm reconsidering the divorce. And truthfully, I miss the individual I believed her to be, yet I don't miss the person she genuinely proved to be. I'm genuinely feeling relieved that I discovered what she was capable of before we had children, or purchased a home together, or made any other significant commitments. I frequently ponder what would have occurred if Lisa hadn't become intoxicated and revealed the secret, and for how long Sarah would have been prepared to let me suffer believing she was being unfaithful to me. I understand that the woman I believed I married would never have been able to observe me endure that sort of pain without disclosing the truth. But the true Sarah watched me lose weight and sleep and exist in a constant state of unease and concern. And not only did she not feel bad about it, she was actively enjoying it and reporting to her friends about how effectively their plan was unfolding. That's not someone I want to be married to, and that's not someone I can ever trust again. And I'm done feeling guilty about safeguarding myself from someone who clearly doesn't have my best interests in mind. Update 3. I believed I was finished providing updates on this matter, but something transpired yesterday that was so unbelievable that I had to share it, because I literally couldn't invent this story if I tried. And it's as if Sarah and her friends are set on proving they're even worse people than I first thought. So the divorce has been moving forward normally, and we're due to finalize everything next week. And I believe the drama was mostly finished, save for Sarah's periodic efforts to contact me and plead with me to reconsider. But apparently her friends decided they needed to make one final effort to mend the situation they caused. Monica called me yesterday afternoon and said she wished to meet to talk about Sarah and how we might resolve things. And against my better judgment, I agreed to meet her for coffee because I was curious about what she could possibly say that would change anything. So we gathered at this coffee shop, and Monica began by apologizing for her part in the entire fake affair situation, stating that she now understood it had been an error and they had overstepped. And I thought perhaps she was actually going to accept some accountability for their actions. And I thought perhaps she was actually going to accept some accountability for their actions. But then she stated she had a confession to make, and that she needed to share something that could alter my feelings about divorcing Sarah. And she appeared utterly serious and theatrical, as if she were about to unveil a major secret that would clarify everything. What she informed me next was so absurd that I genuinely began to laugh, because Monica asserted that the true motive they'd devised the fake affair scheme was because Sarah had confessed to them that she believed I was being unfaithful to her, and they believed that making me envious would either confirm my faithfulness or expose my own liaison. Based on Monica's updated account, Sarah had been concerned for months that I was engaged in an affair because I had been working late occasionally, had altered my phone password, and had been attending the gym more consistently, and she had sought guidance from her friends on how to ascertain if her suspicions were accurate. Monica stated that they'd proposed the fake affair plan as a method to gauge my faithfulness, because if I were unfaithful, I wouldn't mind if Sarah appeared to be unfaithful as well. But if I were loyal, I'd become envious and contend for our union, which would confirm my continued affection and fidelity. I simply gazed at her for a moment, because this was such patent absurdity that I couldn't fathom her anticipating me to accept it. And then I inquired why Sarah had never brought up her suspicions about me throughout any of our discussions concerning the divorce, and why she'd never raised these worries when she was offering apologies and pleading for me to reconcile. Monica became quite agitated and said that Sarah was ashamed of her suspicions and didn't wish to accuse me of infidelity without evidence. So she'd retained her worries privately and simply sought counsel from her friends on managing the circumstance. However, here's the reality. I'm aware this is utter nonsense because Sarah had no cause to suspect me. I've never been unfaithful to anyone in my existence, and I've never even been inclined to cheat, and the matters Monica cited as warning signs are merely everyday occurrences that any married individual would deem entirely harmless. I work late sometimes because I have deadlines and projects that demand extra hours. I changed my phone password because I got a new phone and needed a more secure password for work apps. And I began going to the gym more because my doctor told me I needed to exercise more after my last physical. None of these things would make a normal person suspect cheating, and Sarah never acted like she was worried about any of this stuff. She never asked me about working late or about my phone or made any comments about the gym. So I know Monica is simply inventing this to try to justify what they did. I informed Monica that her story made no sense and that it seemed she was trying to rewrite history to make Sarah appear as the victim instead of the perpetrator, and she became defensive, stating that I was being unreasonable and that Sarah genuinely had been worried about our marriage. Then she claimed that even if Sarah's suspicions were incorrect, the fake affair plan had actually worked because it had made me more attentive and romantic, and that our marriage might have been stronger than ever if I hadn't overreacted and filed for divorce. I told her that our marriage would have been stronger if Sarah had just spoken to me about whatever concerns she held, instead of plotting with her bitter friends to mentally torture me, and that the fact that she believed lying and manipulation were superior options to honest communication told me all I needed to know about her and her friends. I stood up to leave and told Monica to lose my number and to tell her friends and my ex-wife to do the same. I said the only person I wanted to hear from was my lawyer, and that their attempts to manipulate me further were only solidifying my decision. I walked out of the coffee shop, leaving her sitting there with her jaw practically on the floor. I got in my car and just drove for a while, trying to wrap my head around the sheer audacity of their latest lie. They had gone from, it was a harmless prank, to forced her to do it, and now we were actually testing your loyalty. It was like watching a masterclass in deflection and gaslighting, and honestly, it was almost impressive in its depravity. They were so committed to their narrative that they would invent entirely new realities to avoid taking a single shred of responsibility. I'm done being the butt of their joke. The punchline is that I'm finally free. Update 4, so it's finally done. After 8 months of the most ridiculous, dragged-out nonsense you could possibly imagine, the divorce is final. 8 months. And I swear throughout every single day of it, Sarah or one of her genius friends discovered a new method to make me question my sanity. But I'm past that now, and honestly, I'm just numb. When I last provided an update, Monica had attempted to present me with that utter nonsense regarding their claim of testing my loyalty, and I believe that marked the height of their madness. Yet I was mistaken, profoundly mistaken. For the next few months, Sarah's approach turned into this strange blend of playing the victim and then dispatching these formal, unemotional emails via her lawyer, as if she wasn't the same person who was leaving me tearful voicemails just a few weeks earlier. One minute, she's telling mutual friends how I deserted her at her lowest point. The next, her lawyer is sending a demand for a goddamn fondue pot we received as a wedding gift. Her parents kept attempting to mediate, which was truly just them asking me to forgive and forget, because marriage is tough. And I had to tell her dad directly, marriage is tough, yes. But what your daughter did wasn't marriage. It was a cruel game, and I'm not playing anymore. I think that finally got through to him because they eased off after that. And get this, for the final mediation session, Sarah brought Jennifer along for emotional support. Jennifer, one of the architects of Project Wake Up Call. She just sat there with this smug look on her face as if she were some kind of relationship expert, and I just looked at my lawyer and told him I wasn't going to utter a single word while that woman was in the room. The mediator had to ask her to leave, and Sarah acted as if I had just committed the worst crime imaginable by not wanting one of the people who helped orchestrate my psychological torture to watch me divide up some of our assets. You can't make this stuff up. The day the papers were officially finalized was strange. I received the email from my lawyer, and that was that. I'm still at my brother's place, although I'm searching for my own apartment now. I needed the time to just decompress and not be in the home we shared. I know I made the right choice. I don't have a single doubt about that, but it's still tough to accept that this is my life now. Divorced at 36 because my wife and her friends believed emotional abuse would be a fun way to liven up our marriage. It's still the most unbelievable thing I've ever experienced, and I'm just relieved it's finally over. Let's move on to another unbelievable story. I'll try to tell this without losing my mind again, but honestly, I'm still so furious I can barely type straight. My 24-year-old daughter, Sia, got engaged to this guy Derek last year. And I was so happy for her because she seemed genuinely excited. And I thought, finally, something good is happening in our family after all the shit we've been through with the divorce and everything. For context, I divorced Sia's mom, Abigail, about 8 years ago, and it was messy as hell because Abigail was having an affair with this guy Jones, who she ended up marrying. Sia was really angry at me for a long time because Abigail convinced her that I was the one who ruined the family, and I was controlling and all this other bullshit that wasn't true. But whatever, kids believe what they want to believe, and I figured she'd come around eventually. And she did sort of come around. We started talking again when she turned 21. And she'd call me sometimes, and we'd have dinner maybe once a month. Things felt like they were getting better, and I thought we were rebuilding our relationship. And I was so fucking happy about that because Sia is my only kid, and I love her more than anything in this world, even though she's put me through hell. So when she got engaged, I told her I wanted to pay for the wedding, because that's what fathers do, right? And she was so excited, constantly thanking me, hugging me, and telling me how thankful she was and how she knew I'd always be there for her. All this making me feel like maybe we were finally good again. We started planning, and Sia had all these grand dreams, and I kept saying yes to everything because I wished for her to have the perfect day. I figured this was my opportunity to show her how much I loved her and how sorry I was for all the years we hadn't spoken, and perhaps this would fix things between us for good. The venue she desired was $8,000 just for the space, and then the catering amounted to another $12,000 for 200 people. The flowers were $3,500, the dress was $2,800, and the photographer was $2,200. By the time we tallied everything up, it was right around $30,000, and I didn't even flinch because Sia was so happy. She kept sending me pictures of everything and texting me about her excitement and how this was going to be the best day ever. I covered everything up front because the vendors required deposits and then final payments. And Sia mentioned it would be simpler if I just handled all the financial matters, and she'd concentrate on the planning and coordination. I was fine with that because I simply wanted her to enjoy the process and not worry about finances. Everything was going great for months, and Sia and I were talking more than we had in years. She was including me in choices and asking my thoughts on things, and I felt like we were truly connecting. I was so proud of the woman she'd become, and so eager to walk her down the aisle and dance with her at the reception, just to have that perfect father-daughter moment I'd been dreaming about for years. But then, about 6 weeks before the wedding, Sia started acting strange and distant. When I'd call her, she'd be brief with me, and when I'd ask about wedding details, she'd say everything was handled, and I didn't need to worry about it. I started getting this bad feeling in my stomach, but I told myself I was just being paranoid, and she was probably just stressed about the wedding, like all brides get stressed. Then, 4 weeks before the wedding, I was supposed to meet with Sia and the wedding planner to go over final details. Sia canceled on me last minute and said she'd handle it herself. When I asked if everything was okay, she just said she was busy, and we'd talk later. But we never did talk later, because every time I tried to reach her, she'd text back instead of calling, and her texts were getting shorter and colder. I ought to have realized something was wrong, but I kept reassuring myself she was just overwhelmed, and after the wedding, everything would return to normal, and we'd be more connected than ever. I was probably just overthinking things because I sometimes tend to do that, particularly regarding Sia, as I'm constantly afraid I'll lose her again. 2 weeks before the wedding, I drove to her apartment to check on her because she hadn't called me back for 3 days. When I arrived, Derek opened the door, and he appeared very uneasy and anxious. When I asked where Sia was, he said she wasn't feeling well and couldn't receive visitors at the moment. I recognized he was being untruthful, but I didn't wish to create a fuss, so I simply departed and attempted to call Sia again, but she didn't answer. The next day, Sia eventually called me back, and she sounded altered, cold and formal. When I asked if she was okay, she said she needed to tell me something, and my heart simply sank because I knew it would be bad. She said that she and Derek had been discussing things, and they decided they wanted a smaller wedding with only immediate family and friends. I said, okay, that's fine. We can modify the guest list. And she said, no, I don't believe you comprehend. She explained they had concluded that because her mother and Jones had been more present in her life recently, and as Jones had been like a father to her for the last 8 years, they believed it would be preferable if Jones escorted her down the aisle instead of me. I just sat there, phone in hand, unable to utter a word because I felt as though someone had punched me in the gut, and I couldn't catch my breath. I finally managed to inquire what she meant, and she stated that she valued everything I had contributed financially, but she and Derek desired their wedding day to revolve around family who had genuinely been present for them and offered support. She claimed Jones had been more of a father to her than I ever was, and she felt it would be more significant if he was the one to give her away. I completely lost control, I won't deny it. I began shouting and demanding how she could do this to me after all I'd done. I informed her I was the one who funded this whole wedding, and I was her true father, and she couldn't simply substitute me with some man who shattered our family. And she began yelling back that money doesn't define fatherhood, and that I deserted her when she required me most, and that Jones was present for her when I wasn't. We exchanged shouts back and forth, and she kept bringing up things like I was never present for her significant moments, and I missed her graduation and her birthdays. And I kept trying to explain to her that her mother wouldn't allow me to see her, and that every time I attempted to be involved, Abigail would find some way to obstruct me or make it challenging. But Sia just kept insisting those were excuses, and that if I genuinely wanted to be there, I would have found a way. The argument extended for about an hour, and Sia grew increasingly vicious, and she uttered things such as I only cared about myself, and that I was attempting to purchase her affection with money, and that she was weary of feigning a relationship simply because I wrote some checks, and that truly fucking stung, because I believed we had been rebuilding something genuine, and I thought she genuinely desired me in her life once more. Ultimately, Sia declared that I was merely a checkbook, and that she had made her decision, and Jones was walking her down the aisle, and if I didn't approve, I didn't have to attend the wedding whatsoever. And I replied, "Fine, perhaps I won't come." And she retorted, "Good," because she didn't want me there regardless. And then she hung up on me, and I just sat there staring at my phone and trembling because I couldn't fathom this was occurring. A week passed, and I didn't hear from Sia. I kept expecting her to call and apologize, or at least attempt to resolve things. But she didn't. Then Derek called me, relaying that Sia wanted him to inform me they had decided I wasn't invited to the wedding at all, and that Jones would be walking her down the aisle, performing the father-daughter dance, and essentially assuming all the fatherly duties. I asked Derek if he was serious, and he confirmed it, adding that Sia wished for no drama on her wedding day. I asked Derek if Sia knew I had paid for this entire wedding. He became quiet, then stated that Sia said I could regard it as my wedding gift to them. And while they appreciated my contribution, they didn't want me there. I simply hung up, too furious to even form words. I spent the remainder of that day just pacing around my house, attempting to comprehend what the hell had just occurred. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying everything in my mind, trying to understand where I went wrong and why Sia held such animosity towards me. I began to think about all the money I'd spent and how excited I had been to be a part of her special day, and how she had simply cast me aside as if I were nothing. I grew angrier and angrier until I was pacing my living room at 3 a.m., absolutely seething. The next morning, I called my lawyer because I wanted to know if there was any way to get my money back, and he said probably not, since I had given it as a gift, and there were no conditions attached. But he did say I could try to contact the vendors and explain the situation, and see if any of them would be willing to refund me, seeing as the wedding was still 2 weeks away. I started calling all the vendors, and most of them said they couldn't refund me because they had already ordered flowers and food and booked staff for the date. However, a few of them said they might be able to work something out, and I started getting this idea that maybe I didn't have to just sit there and take this shit from Sia, and perhaps there was something I could do. I spent the next few days dwelling on it, growing increasingly angry each time I recalled Sia calling me merely a checkbook and stating that Jones was more of a father to her than I was, and how she planned to simply take my $30,000 without even allowing me to attend the wedding. I resolved I wouldn't permit her to treat me that way. So I began contacting the vendors again, and this time, rather than requesting refunds, I informed them I wished to cancel everything. Most of them panicked because the wedding was only 10 days away by then, but I explained I was the one who had paid for it all, possessing receipts and contracts bearing my name, and I demanded everything be canceled at once. The venue proved the most difficult, as they claimed they had already arranged their schedule and staffed the occasion. However, I threatened to sue them if they didn't cancel, and I stated I would post negative reviews everywhere. Ultimately, they consented to cancel, though they retained half my deposit, and I just said, "Fine, whatever, just cancel it." The caterer, surprisingly, was quite understanding, mentioning they hadn't ordered the food yet, so they could cancel without any penalty. The florist likewise stated they could cancel, but I would forfeit the deposit, and the photographer echoed the same sentiment. By week's end, I'd canceled everything. I was out about $8,000 in deposits, but I didn't care. As my anger was so profound, I simply wanted Sia to suffer. I didn't inform Sia of my actions because I wanted her to discover it on her wedding day, and I know that sounds harsh, but I was so wounded and furious that I wished her to experience even a fraction of what she had subjected me to, and I wanted her to grasp that actions carry consequences, and you can't simply treat people poorly and anticipate them to keep providing you with money. The week before the wedding felt like agony, as I constantly wondered if I should phone Sia and inform her of my actions, or if I should try to mend things, or if I was making a colossal mistake. But every time I considered calling her, I recalled her stating that Jones was more of a father to her than I was, and that I was merely a checkbook, and I would become angry anew, deciding against calling. 3 days prior to the wedding, Sia's friend Jessica telephoned me, explaining that Sia was extremely stressed about the wedding and had been crying profusely, inquiring if anyone had heard from me. Jessica wanted to know if I was all right and if I intended to attend the wedding, but I informed Jessica that Sia had made it quite explicit I wasn't welcome, and Jessica sounded bewildered, remarking that couldn't be accurate since Sia had been asking about me. I informed Jessica of Sia's remarks about Jones walking her down the aisle and my exclusion from the invitation list. Jessica remained silent for a prolonged period before stating she was unaware of any of those details and that Sia had been informing others I was proving challenging with the wedding arrangements, which explained our lack of communication. Yet she never mentioned I wasn't invited. Jessica then inquired if there had been some form of misunderstanding. For a moment, I questioned if Derek had perhaps misled me, or if some form of miscommunication had occurred. Yet then I recalled my argument with Sia, and all the terrible things she had uttered about me being merely a checkbook, and how Jones was more of a father to her, and I understood there was no misunderstanding. Sia had made her decision, and now she would have to face the consequences. The day prior to the wedding, I was a bundle of nerves. I repeatedly checked my phone, hoping Sia would call, and I kept considering visiting the venue to instruct them to reestablish everything. However, I lacked the funds to pay all the vendors a second time, and furthermore, I was still so furious I couldn't think clearly. I continually reminded myself that Sia merited this for treating me so poorly. Later that evening, the venue owner called me. He wished to confirm the wedding was indeed canceled, as he had been receiving calls from wedding party members inquiring about setup times. He was perplexed because I had canceled everything, yet people still anticipated the wedding would proceed. I affirmed that everything was canceled and suggested he contact Sia directly to ensure she was aware. Immediately after, my phone began ringing. It was Sia. I nearly didn't answer, but I did. She was crying and screaming, demanding to know what I had done and why I had canceled everything. I calmly explained that since I wasn't invited to the wedding, I saw no reason to pay for it. She then started sobbing, claiming there had been a misunderstanding, that I was, of course, invited, and that she needed me present. I questioned her about Jones escorting her down the aisle, and she replied it was merely an idea they had been contemplating, but no final decision had been made. I called bullshit, pointing out that Derek had specifically phoned me to say I wasn't invited, and that Jones was assuming all fatherly duties. Sia insisted Derek had misunderstood, and that she never said I couldn't attend her wedding. We argued for another hour, and Sia kept crying and begging me to call the vendors and fix everything, and she said she was sorry and that she loved me, and that she needed her dad at her wedding. And I desperately wanted to believe her, but I knew she was simply panicking because her wedding was ruined, and she was trying to manipulate me into fixing it. I told Sia that it was too late to remedy anything, and that perhaps this would teach her not to treat people like shit, and she began screaming at me again, calling me selfish and cruel, and saying that I was ruining the most important day of her life. And I replied, she ruined it herself when she decided I wasn't good enough to be her father. And I hung up. Sia phoned me back around 20 times that night, but I did not answer, and she left numerous voicemails, crying and pleading with me to fix things, and saying she would do anything, and that she was sorry, and that she loved me. But I was so wounded and angry that I simply deleted them all without listening to the complete messages. The following morning was the wedding day, and I awoke feeling sick to my stomach, because a part of me questioned if I had made a grave mistake. But then I remembered everything Sia had said about me merely being a checkbook, and about Jones being more of a father to her, and I grew angry all over again and concluded I had done the right thing. Around noon, I grew curious about what was happening at the venue, so I called the owner and asked for access to the security camera footage, and he said that was an odd request. But since I was technically the original client, he could set up a live feed for me to observe, and honestly, I didn't know why I wanted to see it, but I guess I needed to know what was unfolding. He also mentioned that Sia had paid for the remaining amount after the deposit for the venue to stay open for her wedding day. So there I was, sitting in my living room, observing a live feed of this empty venue as 200 people began to show up, expecting a wedding, and it felt surreal, dreadful, and gratifying all at once, and I felt as though I was watching a movie, except it was real life, and I had caused all of it. The guests began to arrive around 1 p.m., and at first, they were simply milling around, looking confused because there were no decorations, no staff, and no signs of a wedding. And I observed people checking their phones, conversing with each other, and looking worried, and I felt this peculiar mix of satisfaction and guilt watching it all transpire. Sia arrived around 1:30 in her wedding dress, and I could see her speaking frantically to Derek and her bridesmaids. She kept pointing at things and gesturing wildly, and I knew she was trying to figure out what to do. A part of me felt bad for her because she looked so panicked and desperate, but mostly I just felt vindicated because this is what happens when you treat your father like shit. I watched Sia run around the venue, trying to talk to staff and figure out what was going on. She kept making phone calls, and I assumed she was trying to reach the vendors to see if they could still provide services. Of course, they couldn't, because everything had been canceled and they had other commitments, and you can't just restart a $30,000 wedding the day of with no notice. More and more guests kept arriving, and they were all dressed up and expecting a party. Instead, they found chaos, and Sia, in her wedding dress, having what looked like a complete breakdown. I could see people trying to comfort her, and others just standing around looking awkward and confused. and some people started leaving after about an hour of waiting. The worst part was watching Sia's dress get dirty, because she kept running around outside the venue trying to make phone calls. The ground was muddy from rain the night before, and by 3 p.m. her beautiful white dress was covered in mud, and she looked like she had been through hell. Abigail and Jones arrived around 2 p.m., and I could see them speaking with Sia and attempting to soothe her, but there was nothing they could accomplish because you can't just conjure a wedding instantaneously. I wondered if Sia was telling them what I had done, and if they knew I was accountable for the entire catastrophe. By 4 p.m., the majority of the guests had departed, and it was only Sia, Derek, the wedding party, and a few family members lingering in this deserted venue. Sia was still in her mud-splattered wedding dress, weeping, and I could see Derek attempting to embrace her, but she repeatedly pushed him off, flinging her hands skyward as if she were experiencing a total breakdown. I watched for another hour, and in time, everyone left, and the venue was empty apart from a few staff members tidying up the mess, and Sia was gone. And I figured she had gone home or to a hotel or somewhere to work out what to do next. And I turned off the camera feed and simply sat there in my quiet house, wondering what I had done. That night, Sia texted me, saying only, "I will never forgive you for this." And I wrote back, "Good. Now you know how it feels." And that was our last communication, and it's now been 3 weeks, and I've heard nothing from her at all, and I don't expect to. People consistently ask me if I regret what I did, and frankly, I don't know how to answer that, because a part of me is glad I stood up for myself and didn't let Sia walk all over me. But another part of me knows I probably destroyed any chance of having a relationship with my daughter, and I'm not sure if my revenge was worth losing her forever. My sister believes I'm an asshole and says I should have been the more mature person and simply attended the wedding, even if I wasn't walking Sia down the aisle, since at least I would have been there for her special day, and we could have resolved things later. But I think that's nonsense, because Sia made it clear she didn't want me there, and she was just using me for money. My brother believes Sia got what she deserved, stating that she cannot treat people like garbage and expect them to keep giving her money, and that perhaps this will teach her a lesson about respecting her father. But I don't think Sia learned any lesson except that I'm a cruel bastard who ruined her wedding day. Some of my friends think I went too far and that canceling a wedding the day before is simply cruel, no matter what Sia did to me, and they say I should have found another way to handle the situation that didn't involve destroying her special day. But I honestly don't know what other options I had because talking to Sia didn't work, and she had made up her mind that I wasn't good enough to be her father. I keep going back and forth in my head about whether I did the right thing, and sometimes I feel completely justified, and other times I feel like a monster who destroyed his daughter's wedding day out of spite and hurt feelings, and I don't know which feeling is the right one, or if both feelings can be true at the same time. I don't know if I'm the asshole here, or if Sia is the asshole, or if we're both assholes, but I know that our relationship is probably over forever. And I'm not sure if I care anymore, because I'm so tired of being hurt by her, and I'm tired of trying to earn her love and respect, when she clearly doesn't think I deserve either one. So tell me, Reddit, am I the asshole for canceling my daughter's wedding after she informed me I couldn't attend and substituted me with her stepfather, or did she receive what she earned for treating me like garbage? Update 1. I didn't anticipate this post would gain such traction, and I've been reading all your comments, and I must say I'm surprised by how divided everyone is, because I was certain everyone would tell me I'm an asshole. But it appears many people believe Sia received what she earned, and that genuinely makes me feel a little better about what I did. Some individuals requested additional details about what precisely transpired between Sia and me over the years, and I suppose I should clarify that better, because some of you appear to think I was a deadbeat dad who abandoned his child, and that's not what happened at all. When Abigail and I divorced, Sia was 16, and she was genuinely angry about the entire situation, and Abigail was telling her all sorts of falsehoods about me, turning her against me. And every time I attempted to see Sia or speak with her, Abigail would invent some excuse to make it difficult or impossible. I legally held joint custody, but Abigail would arrange activities during my weekends with Sia, or speak to her. Abigail would discover some pretext to render it difficult or impossible. I had joint custody by law, but Abigail would arrange activities during my weekends with Sia, or talk to her. Abigail would discover some pretext to render it difficult or impossible. I had joint custody by law, but Abigail would plan events during my weekends with Sia, and then inform Sia I was being difficult when I requested she change the plans. And Sia began to think that I wasn't interested in spending time with her because Abigail was poisoning her against me. I endeavored greatly to keep a relationship with Sia throughout those final 2 years of high school, but she was residing with Abigail full time, and Abigail was managing everything and portraying me as the villain. And eventually Sia simply ceased wishing to see me whatsoever and would decline to visit my house on my weekends. When Sia reached 18, she entirely severed communication with me and did not respond to my calls or messages, and I attempted for years to contact her, but she had blocked me across all platforms, and Abigail refused to provide me with any details regarding Sia's well-being, her whereabouts, or anything at all. I mailed Sia birthday cards and Christmas gifts for years, but I never knew if she received them, because she never replied, and I felt as though I was dispatching items into a void, and I began to question if I should simply abandon hope and allow her to live her life without me, given that that appeared to be her desire. It wasn't until Sia turned 21 that she eventually contacted me and mentioned she wanted to get coffee and chat. And I felt so thrilled I could hardly control myself. And when we got together, she apologized for cutting off contact and explained she had been angry and confused, and that Abigail had told her many things that weren't accurate. We began slowly rebuilding our relationship, and it was quite difficult because there was a great deal of hurt and distrust on both sides. But I believed we were progressing, and I felt so thankful to have my daughter back in my life, even if things weren't ideal between us. Therefore, when people claim I abandoned Sia, or wasn't present for her, that's not just, because I attempted everything possible to remain in her life, but Abigail rendered it impossible. And Sia believed her mother's falsehoods about me and opted to cut off contact, and I cannot be held responsible for that. In any case, since I posted this, I've received several calls from people who attended the wedding, and it seems Sia had a total breakdown after everyone departed and needed to go to the hospital, because she couldn't cease hyperventilating and vomiting, and Derek's mother telephoned me to inform me of that, and to say she believed I should be aware. I felt regretful hearing that Sia was hospitalized, but primarily I just felt numb, because I'm so weary of feeling guilty about everything, and I'm weary of people expecting me to resolve things when Sia was the one who initiated all this trouble to begin with. Derek's mom also conveyed to me that Sia and the one who caused all this mess in the first place. Derek's mom additionally informed me that Sia and Derek have postponed their honeymoon indefinitely, and that Sia has been residing at Abigail's house and refuses to speak to anyone, and that she's been weeping constantly and not eating, and everyone is genuinely concerned about her. I know some of you will think I should reach out to Sia and try to mend things, but I honestly don't know what I would say to her, because I'm still so angry and wounded, and I don't believe she's truly sorry for what she did. I think she's just sorry that her wedding got ruined, and if I hadn't canceled everything, she would never have apologized for treating me so poorly. Abigail telephoned me yesterday and yelled at me for roughly 10 minutes about how I'm an awful father, and how I ruined Sia's life, and how I'm cruel and spiteful and all this other stuff, and I simply allowed her to yell, because frankly, I anticipated it, and I no longer care what Abigail thinks about me. Abigail claimed that Sia never actually stated I couldn't attend the wedding, and that Derek misconstrued the situation and conveyed the incorrect information to me. But I know that's nonsense, because Sia and I had that massive argument where she uttered all those terrible things about me. I informed Abigail that if Sia wished to mend things, she could call me herself and offer a genuine apology, not simply because her wedding got called off, but for all the harsh words she spoke to me, and for treating me merely as a financial resource. But Abigail said Sia is too distraught to speak with anyone at present. Frankly, I don't know if Sia and I will ever rebuild our relationship, and I'm beginning to believe that might be for the best, because I'm so weary of her causing me pain, and I'm weary of constantly being cautious and striving to earn her affection when she evidently believes I don't merit it. Some of you inquired if I would repeat my actions, and the reply is an unequivocal yes, absolutely. Because Sia needed to understand that she can't treat others with such disregard and expect ongoing financial contributions and support, and perhaps this will prompt her to consider her words before uttering harsh remarks to those who care for her. I know calling off the wedding was an extreme measure, but Sia's conduct was equally extreme, and I don't think there's anything wrong with asserting yourself when someone is mistreating you, even if that someone is your own daughter. Update 2. Well, events have become even more compelling since my last update, and I honestly don't know whether to laugh or cry about what has transpired because it's all so fucking ridiculous. And I find it hard to believe this is my current reality. So, last week, Derek appeared at my house unannounced, and I almost didn't answer the door because I assumed he was there to scold me about spoiling his wedding. But when I opened the door, he appeared utterly dreadful, as if he hadn't slept for weeks and had been surviving on coffee and stress. Derek said he had to speak with me and that there were certain things I wasn't aware of regarding what occurred before the wedding, and I was inclined to shut the door on him, but my curiosity got the better of me, so I allowed him inside, prepared him some coffee, and heard him out. It turns out Derek has been investigating things since the wedding catastrophe, and he discovered that Abigail and Jones had been pressuring Sia for months to keep me out of the wedding. Sia felt conflicted about it and was unsure how to proceed, which explained her odd and distant behavior in the time before the wedding. Derek reported that Abigail kept telling Sia that I had left her when she was younger, that I only returned to her life when it was convenient for me, and that I was simply trying to buy her affection with money. She added that if Sia truly wanted to begin her new life properly, she should sever all ties with me. Derek also stated that Jones suggested he walk Sia down the aisle instead of me. Abigail persistently pushed this idea, telling Sia that Jones had been more of a father to her throughout her teenage years, and that his giving her away would be more meaningful. Derek stated Sia was torn because she certainly wanted me at the wedding, but she also wished not to displease Abigail and Jones. She was receiving pressure from both parties and was unsure how to manage it, continuously wavering about what to do. Evidently, the choice to exclude me from the wedding was not solely Sia's decision. She had been manipulated by Abigail and Jones, who wished to hurt me. They viewed the wedding as the ideal chance to create a permanent rift between Sia and me. Derek also told me that when Sia said those awful things about me, just being a checkbook and Jones being more of a father to her, she was essentially repeating things that Abigail had been telling her for weeks, and that Sia was confused and angry and simply lashing out because she felt trapped between everyone's expectations. I asked Derek why he was sharing all this now, and he mentioned that after the wedding disaster, Sia had a full breakdown. During her breakdown, she admitted that she had made a big mistake and that she never truly wanted to exclude me from the wedding, but she felt pressured by her mother and stepfather to choose sides. Derek said that Sia has been inconsolable since the wedding, and that she's been repeating constantly that she ruined everything and that she lost her father forever, and that she wishes she had never listened to Abigail and Jones, and that she should have stood up to them and insisted that I be included in the wedding. A part of me wanted to feel vindicated hearing all this, But primarily, I just felt tired and sad because it confirmed what I had always suspected, that Abigail was still trying to poison Sia against me even after all these years, and that Sia was still letting her mother manipulate her. Derek said that Sia wishes to reach out to me, but she's too ashamed and embarrassed, and she doesn't know how to apologize for everything that happened, and she's convinced that I hate her now and will never forgive her for what she did. I told Derek that I didn't hate Sia, but I was still deeply hurt and angry, and I wasn't certain if we could mend our relationship after all that had occurred. Derek said he understood, but he hoped I would think about giving Sia another opportunity, because she was truly sorry and she loved me. Derek also informed me that he and Sia are experiencing severe issues in their marriage because Sia is so depressed and burdened by guilt over what transpired. She can't function properly, spending most of her time weeping and blaming herself for spoiling everything, and Derek doesn't know how to assist her. He mentioned they never went on their honeymoon, and they're currently residing in separate bedrooms because Sia cannot bear to be touched or consoled. She simply wishes to be alone with her guilt and self-hatred, and Derek is concerned she might harm herself if circumstances don't improve quickly. After Derek departed, I sat in my house for hours, just reflecting on everything he had shared with me and attempting to determine how I felt about it all. I considered whether it altered anything about what had occurred and whether I should contact Sia or await her to reach out. I couldn't stop pondering what Derek mentioned about Sia being depressed and potentially suicidal. Even though I'm still angry with her, I don't want anything adverse to befall her, because she's still my daughter, and I still love her, despite how severely she hurt me. 2 days after Derek's visit, I received a call from Jessica, Sia's friend. Jessica explained that Sia had asked her to call me because Sia was too afraid to make the call herself. Jessica conveyed that Sia wanted me to know she was sorry, that she loved me, and that she recognized she had made a grave error. Jessica mentioned that Sia understood if I never wished to see her again, but she hoped that one day I might be able to forgive her, and that she would do anything to mend things between us, and that she missed me and regretted all that had transpired. I informed Jessica that I appreciated Sia's effort to reach out through her, but if Sia genuinely wanted to apologize, she needed to call me personally and have an honest talk about what occurred, why it occurred, and what she intended to do to ensure it never happened again. Jessica stated she would relay my message to Sia and that she hoped Sia would gather the courage to contact me directly. We left it there, and I've been awaiting Sia's call, but it hasn't come yet, and I'm unsure if it ever will. In the meantime, Abigail has been phoning me every few days to shout at me about how I'm ruining Sia's life, how I must rectify what I did, and how I'm being cruel and vindictive, all the typical nonsense she's been spouting for years. I eventually informed Abigail that had she not spent the past 8 years turning Sia against me, none of this would have occurred. I added that she was the one who influenced Sia to exclude me from the wedding, and that she was as responsible for the mess as anyone else. Abigail denied influencing Sia, stating that Sia made her own choices, and that I was simply looking for someone else to blame for my own actions. However, I know Abigail is full of it, because Derek had already told me what had been happening behind the scenes. I also told Abigail that if she truly cared about Sia's welfare, she would stop meddling in our relationship and let Sia and me resolve things ourselves, free from her constant manipulation and interference. But Abigail insisted she would always shield Sia from me because I'm toxic and harmful. The entire situation is simply draining, and I'm weary of all the drama and manipulation. I'm tired of Abigail using Sia as a weapon against me, and I'm tired of Sia allowing her mother to control her life and make choices for her. I still don't know if Sia and I will ever have a genuine relationship again, as there's been so much harm and so much pain on both sides, and I'm unsure if we can overcome it all and trust each other once more. However, I must admit that learning Sia was influenced by Abigail, and Jones does make me feel a little less upset about what occurred, even though Sia still opted to heed their advice instead of advocating for our relationship, and that's something I'm finding difficult to accept. I'm uncertain what will transpire next, and I don't know if Sia will ever summon the bravery to call me and have an honest discussion about this whole predicament. However, I won't hold my breath anticipating her call, as I've already spent too many years of my life waiting for Sia to choose to have me in her life. Final update. Alright, Reddit, I believe this will be my last update because I'm genuinely just weary of dwelling on all this drama, and I wish to proceed with my life and cease obsessing over Sia and her issues. Sia eventually called me 2 weeks ago, and we had the discussion that Derek and Jessica had been advocating for. It was precisely as awkward and painful as I anticipated, and I'm uncertain if it achieved anything beyond making both of us weep and feel worse about the entire situation. Sia apologized for all that transpired and conceded that she had allowed Abigail and Jones to manipulate her, and that she should have defended our relationship and insisted that I be included in the wedding. She stated she knew she had deeply hurt me, and that she regretted all the harsh things she had uttered to me. She also informed me that she never truly wished to exclude me from the wedding, and that the entire situation had gotten out of hand, because she was attempting to keep everyone content. She added that she didn't know how to manage the pressure from Abigail and Jones, making poor choices because she was frightened and bewildered. I heard everything Sia had to say, and I could tell she was genuinely remorseful and experiencing much pain over what had transpired. But I also felt her apology came too little, too late, as the harm had already occurred, and I wasn't sure I could trust her not to wound me again. I informed Sia that I valued her apology, but that I was still deeply hurt and angry, and that it would require time for me to recover from what she had done to me, and that I wasn't prepared to simply pretend everything was all right and return to how things were previously. Sia began weeping and pleading with me to give her another opportunity, stating that she would do anything to correct things between us, and that she missed me and desired me back in her life, and that she couldn't bear the guilt of what she had done to me. The discussion lasted for almost 2 hours, and we both spoke many words and cried extensively. By its conclusion, I felt emotionally depleted, and I wasn't certain if anything had been settled, or if we had merely reopened old wounds and made everything more difficult. Sia inquired if we could begin anew and try to restore our connection, and I informed her I required time to reflect on it. I also stated that I could offer no guarantees about what our relationship would look like moving ahead, and that she had to acknowledge things may never return to what they were between us. Since that phone call, Sia has been texting me frequently and sending me pictures of things that bring me to mind and trying to draw me into conversations about various topics. And I can tell she's trying very hard to reconnect with me, but it all feels forced and desperate. I've been replying to her messages, but keeping my replies brief and courteous. And I haven't started any discussions with her because I'm still unsure how I feel about everything, and I don't want to offer her false encouragement if I'm not ready to completely forgive her. Derek has also been contacting me from time to time to update me on Sia's well-being, and apparently she's been seeing a counselor and taking medication for depression, and she's been striving to establish boundaries with Abigail and Jones, which I suppose is a step forward. Derek mentioned that Sia and Abigail had a major argument last week because Sia eventually confronted her mother about manipulating her and turning her against me. And Abigail became defensive and began yelling about how I was an awful father and how Sia was making an error, attempting to reconcile with me. Derek said that Sia informed Abigail she was weary of letting her dictate her relationships, and that she intended to make her own choices about who she desired in her life, and that Abigail had to cease interfering. And Abigail didn't react favorably, and they haven't communicated since. I also learned that Sia and Derek's marriage is improving, and that they're planning a small ceremony with just close family to truly get married, considering their initial wedding was such a catastrophe, and Derek inquired if I would think about attending if they invited me. I told Derek I wasn't certain, and that it would rely on where Sia and I stood at that juncture, and whether I felt at ease being near Abigail and Jones, and whether I believed Sia was truly dedicated to having me in her life, or if this was merely another brief reconciliation. The reality is I'm still very torn about the entire circumstance because on one side, I want to have a connection with Sia, and I miss her, and I love her despite all that occurred. But on the other side, I'm afraid of being harmed again, and I don't trust that Sia won't allow Abigail to manipulate her again in the future. Perhaps that makes me skeptical, but I've been wounded by Sia so many times over the years, and I've raised my hopes about our relationship countless times, only for her to withdraw or pick Abigail over me, and I'm weary of that pattern, and I'm not sure I want a chance experiencing it again. Currently, Sia and I are in this strange in-between state where we're communicating but not truly close, and we're both being mindful not to say anything that might upset the other person, and it doesn't feel natural or easy, and I don't know if it ever will again. I've been seeing a therapist as well because all this drama has truly messed with my head, and I needed an impartial person to talk to about everything, besides Reddit, of course. And my therapist advises that I need to concentrate on what I want for my future, rather than what I wish had occurred in the past. So I suppose that's the current situation. Sia and I are communicating, but we're not truly all right, and I'm unsure if we ever will be. And I'm attempting to determine what I desire and what I'm prepared to risk, and if it's worthwhile attempting to reconstruct something that has shattered so often. I know some of you will believe I should offer Sia another opportunity, forgive her, and strive to progress, while others will think I should minimize my losses and cease all contact permanently. And honestly, I recognize the value in both strategies, and I'm still determining which course I wish to pursue. What I do know is that I'm finished allowing other people's problems to dictate my life, and I'm finished treading cautiously, attempting to satisfy everyone, and I'm finished giving up my own welfare for individuals who don't value it and don't show me respect. Thank you for listening to all my drama, Reddit, and for all the feedback, encouragement, and varied viewpoints, as it's helped me process everything and determine what matters to me and what I'm prepared to accept moving ahead. Get ready, because the next story is even worse. I've been married to Molly for 4 years now, and we've been together for 6 total. And until about 2 months ago, I thought we had a pretty solid marriage, you know? Like we argued sometimes, but nothing significant. We kept our routines. And she'd come home from her job at the accounting firm around 6 most nights. Then we'd have dinner and watch Netflix or whatever. Normal, ordinary married couple stuff that I genuinely liked because it felt stable and comfortable, and I thought she felt the same way. But then things started shifting, and at first I told myself I was just being paranoid, because that's what I do. I overthink everything, and Molly always used to tease me about it in a loving way, calling me her little worrier, and kissing my forehead when I'd get anxious about silly things. Except now, when I'd mention that something felt off, she'd just roll her eyes and tell me I was being dramatic, and that hurt more than I expected it to, because she'd never dismissed my feelings like that before. The changes began subtly, like she'd work late maybe once a week instead of never, and she'd come home looking tired, but also kind of energized, if that makes sense. Like she was tired physically, but mentally she seemed more awake than she'd been in months. And she began taking her phone everywhere, even to the bathroom, which was new because she used to leave it charging on the kitchen counter most of the time and wouldn't even look at it until the next morning. I recall the first time I truly noticed something was amiss. She arrived home at almost 9 on a Tuesday, which was unusual because Tuesdays are typically their quieter days. And when I inquired about it, she stated they were working on some major clients' books, and everyone had to pitch in. But here's the detail. She works for a small firm with about 6 people total, and I've met her coworkers at company events and such, and none of them seemed like the type to stay late, unless someone was literally holding a gun to their head, especially not on a Tuesday. So I asked her which client it was, and she got this look on her face like I'd caught her doing something she shouldn't. Just for a brief moment, before she said it was some manufacturing company she'd never spoken of previously. And when I said, "Oh, interesting, what do they make?" she just said equipment, and then promptly began asking me about my day and what I wanted for dinner tomorrow, as if she was attempting to shift the topic. That's when the small voice in my mind began to grow louder, the one that says, "Pay attention, something isn't quite right here." And I attempted to disregard it because I didn't want to be the kind of husband who distrusts his wife. But the late nights occurred with increasing frequency, and she started answering calls in another room and speaking very softly. And when I'd walk in, she'd swiftly say, "Okay, talk to you later," and end the call. The phone thing really bothered me because we'd always been quite open about our phones. Not like we pried into each other's belongings, but if hers was closer and mine was ringing, she'd answer it and vice versa. And abruptly, she was guarding that device like it contained nuclear launch codes. She started taking it with her to shower, which was simply odd, and she'd sleep with it under her pillow instead of on the nightstand, like she had for many years. And then there was the way she began looking at me, or perhaps I should say not looking at me, because she'd gaze into the distance during dinner, and when I'd ask what she was thinking about, she'd just say, "Work stuff," or "Nothing important." But her eyes appeared different, like she was perceiving something I couldn't. And when she did concentrate on me, it was like she was trying to recall who I was, or similar. The sex also ceased, which was completely unlike her, because she'd always been the one with more desire between us. And when I tried to initiate anything intimate, she'd say she was too tired or stressed about work. And I understand that. Job stress is genuine, and I didn't want to pressure her, but it had been weeks, and when I tried to talk to her about it, she behaved as though I was being irrational for even mentioning it. I started observing her schedule more closely, and noticed the late nights were not random in the least. They were every Tuesday and Thursday like clockwork, plus a few additional sporadic days included. And she began leaving earlier in the mornings too, stating she wanted to get a head start on the day. But her work doesn't even open until 9, and she was departing by 7:30. That's when I chose to drive past her office one Thursday evening around 7, just to check if there were actually other vehicles there. And guess what? The parking lot was entirely vacant except for the security guard's car. No lights on in the building, nothing. So either she was lying about working late, or her whole office had decided to work in the dark, like some sort of vampire accounting firm. I sat in my car for about 20 minutes, trying to determine what to do with this information, and I felt sick to my stomach, because now I knew for certain she was deceiving me, but I didn't know what she was truly doing. And part of me wanted to just drive home and pretend I'd never observed the empty parking lot. But I couldn't unknow what I knew, you know? When she arrived home that night around 9:30, I asked her how work was, and she said, "Busy as usual, really draining." And I just nodded and said, "That sucks," while my heart was pounding because she was looking right at me and lying without even blinking. And I realized I no longer knew who this person was, this person who could lie so readily to someone she claimed to love. I started verifying her accounts more carefully after that, like when she said she was grabbing lunch with her coworker Jenny. I'd casually inquire about it later, and she'd provide me with details that didn't quite make sense. For instance, she'd claim they went to this Italian spot, but then say they had sushi. Or she'd state Jenny was stressed about her divorce, but the last time she mentioned Jenny, she was happily married. The turning point arrived when I discovered the burner phone, and I'm still uncertain if she intended for me to find it, or if she simply became careless. It was a Tuesday night, and she'd returned home late again with that same tired yet energized expression, heading directly to the shower as she always did after her late evenings. She left her handbag on the kitchen counter, and her usual phone was charging on the table, and something prompted me to look in her purse, even though I'd never done that before in our whole relationship. And there it was, this inexpensive small phone tucked into a side pocket, and my hands were trembling as I opened it and saw dozens of text messages. The contact was simply saved as M, but I scrolled through some of the messages and my entire world just fell apart right there in the kitchen while I could hear the shower running upstairs. The messages were clearly sexual, discussing meeting up and how they couldn't wait to see one another, and all this content about how wonderful the previous night was and how they wished they could spend more time together. And there were messages about being secretive and cautious and ensuring no one discovered them. And I just kept scrolling and reading these messages between my wife and whoever M was. But here's the detail that truly sickened me. Some of the messages mentioned things that had occurred at our house, like M commenting, "They loved the view from our bedroom window and how cozy our couch felt." So this individual had been in my house, likely in my bed, while I was at work or elsewhere. And Molly had brought them there, and they'd been joking about it together. I took photos of some of the messages with my own phone because I knew she'd deny everything if I confronted her without evidence. And then I concealed the burner phone somewhere in the house and simply sat at the kitchen table, attempting to process what I'd uncovered. The shower was still running, and I could hear her singing as if she were happy, and I wanted to vomit. When she came downstairs in her robe with her hair wrapped in a towel, she kissed the top of my head as though nothing had occurred and asked if I wanted to watch a film. And I simply looked at her and said, "We need to talk." And her whole body stiffened, as if she knew precisely what this concerned. I informed her I'd found the phone and I knew she was being unfaithful, and I wanted to know who M was and how long this had been happening. And instead of denying it, crying, apologizing, or any of the things I anticipated, she simply got this cold expression on her face and stated it wasn't what I imagined, and I was leaping to conclusions. So I showed her the pictures I'd taken of the messages, and her face turned pale, but then she became angry instead of ashamed and started yelling at me for going through her personal things and violating her privacy. And I'm sitting there thinking, are you genuinely angry at me right now for discovering you're cheating, like I'm the one who did something wrong here? She kept insisting I wouldn't understand, and it wasn't that straightforward, and there were things about our marriage that I didn't see, and I asked her what on earth that was supposed to mean because I thought our marriage was fine until she started sneaking around. And she said I was naive if I thought our marriage was fine and that she'd been unhappy for a long time but didn't know how to tell me. But here's what truly angered me. She uttered all this as if it justified what she was doing, as if being unhappy granted her the right to cheat instead of talking to me about it, or going to counseling, or just leaving if she was that miserable. And when I said that to her, she just rolled her eyes and said I wouldn't have listened anyway, which made me even angrier, because she never even tried. I asked her again who M was, and she said it didn't matter, and it was over anyway. But I knew she was lying because some of those messages were from that same day. And I told her I wanted her to call this person right now and end it in front of me. And that's when she really lost it and started screaming about how controlling I was and how she felt like she was suffocating in this marriage. And I'm thinking, okay, if you're suffocating, then why didn't you just leave? Why did you have to cheat and lie and bring someone into our house? But instead, I just asked her if she wanted a divorce, because I wasn't going to stay married to someone who was cheating on me and lying about it. She said maybe that would be best, and then she grabbed the burner phone and went upstairs, and I could hear her talking to someone, but I couldn't make out the words. And I just sat there thinking about how my marriage was ending and how I'd have to tell people and deal with lawyers and split up all our stuff, and I felt empty more than anything else. But then I started getting angry, because she was upstairs, probably talking to her affair partner, while I sat downstairs, dealing with the aftermath of her choices. And I realized I still didn't know who this person was, and for some reason that was driving me crazy, because I felt like I deserved to know who had helped destroy my marriage. The thing is, I'd been having this feeling for weeks, that something about this whole situation was familiar, like I'd seen signs before but couldn't place them. And some of the messages I'd read mentioned things that made me think this person knew me or knew things about me, which was creepy and confusing. Molly returned downstairs about an hour later and said she was going to stay at her sister's for a few days while we sorted things out, and I said fine because I needed space to think anyway. But as she was getting her bag ready, I asked her one more time who she was having an affair with, and she just said it didn't matter, and I needed to let it go. But I couldn't let it go, and after she left, I started examining everything more closely, looking for clues about who M could be. I reviewed our credit card statements and discovered charges at restaurants on days when she said she was working late. And then I found something that made my blood run cold. A receipt from a gift shop for a men's watch that cost $300, dated 2 weeks ago. Molly had never mentioned buying anyone a gift, and I started thinking about who she might be buying expensive gifts for. That's when I chose to install a camera in our living room, one of those compact ones you can conceal anywhere, because I had a strong suspicion she might bring this person to the house again, and I wanted to know who it was. I know that sounds crazy, but I felt like I was going crazy not knowing, and I needed evidence of her affair and what was happening in my own home. I didn't wait long because 5 days later, while I was at work, the camera recorded Molly returning home with someone. And when I watched the footage that night, I could barely believe my eyes. It was my brother Marcus, my older brother who I've admired my entire life, who was meant to be one of my closest friends, who had been in my wedding and delivered a speech about his happiness that I had found someone like Molly. I needed to watch the footage 3 times before it truly registered, watching them enter my house together, kiss in my living room, and then go upstairs to my bedroom. My brother, who I talked to at least twice a week, who I'd confided everything in, was the one sleeping with my wife. And all at once, everything became clear. Why some of those text messages mentioned details about me and my schedule. Why Molly appeared to know precisely when I'd be absent. Why this person felt at ease in my home. Marcus was aware of all my habits, knew when I had late work hours, knew my gym schedule, knew every detail of my life because I shared everything with him. I understood they'd probably been orchestrating this for months, discovering opportunities to be alone together, and I recalled all the instances Marcus had visited when Molly was home alone, all the times he'd volunteered to assist her with tasks when I was occupied. The most painful aspect was recalling how encouraging Marcus had been when I began to question Molly's behavior, telling me I was probably overanalyzing things and that every marriage faces difficult periods. He'd been gaslighting me while sleeping with my wife, making me feel insane for observing events that were genuinely occurring. I passed the entire night just seated in my living room, gazing at the exact place where I'd saw them kiss, and I continually pondered how they'd both regarded me during family gatherings and holidays, aware of what they were doing behind my back. And I thought about how they probably discussed me, perhaps even chuckled at my naivete. When morning arrived, I had resolved I was going to face both of them, and I phoned Molly and informed her she had to return home because we had to conclude our discussion. I did not reveal that I was aware of Marcus, because I wished to see if she would eventually disclose the truth, but I also messaged Marcus and requested him to visit, because I had to speak with him concerning something significant. Molly arrived first, and she appeared anxious, inquiring why I had demanded her return, and if I had been looking through her belongings, once more. And I just said I knew who M was, and I wanted her to admit it, and she gave me that same cold look, and stated she wasn't going to play games with me. That's when Marcus arrived, and I'll never forget the expression on his face when he spotted Molly there, and understood something was amiss. He tried to act normal, asking what was happening and if everything was all right, but I could see the panic in his eyes. I looked at both of them standing in my living room and said, "I know you're sleeping together. I have proof, and I want both of you to confess or leave my house right now." And Molly began to say something, but Marcus interrupted her and suggested we all calm down and discuss this like adults. And that's when I lost my temper, because he was still trying to manipulate me even after being caught, still trying to control the situation and make me feel like I was the one being irrational. I told him he was a piece of shit for sleeping with my wife and that I never wished to see either of them again. Marcus got this look on his face like I'd slapped him, and then he stated I was being dramatic and that things weren't as simple as I was making them out to be. And I said, "Oh, really? Please explain to me how sleeping with your brother's wife is complicated, because I'm apparently too stupid to grasp." That's when Molly interjected and said they hadn't meant for it to happen and that they'd tried to stop, but they had feelings for each other that they couldn't manage. And I just started laughing because that was the most absurd thing I'd ever heard, as if they were victims of their own emotions instead of two adults who made choices. I told them both to leave, and Marcus said we needed to discuss this as a family. And I replied, "We're not family anymore. You ensured that when you decided it to fuck my wife." And that's when he became aggressive, stepping nearer to me and shouting I needed to watch my mouth and show some respect. And I'm thinking, respect? You expect me to show you respect after what you've done. And I told him to step away from me before I did something we'd both regret. But instead of departing, he got right in my face and stated I was always such a drama queen, and that perhaps, if I'd been a better husband, Molly wouldn't have needed to look elsewhere. That's when he shoved me, and I reeled backward into the coffee table, and I pushed him. And then Molly was shouting at both of us to stop, and Marcus was claiming I'd started it, and I was saying, "Get the fuck out of my house." Marcus seized me by the shirt and pushed me against the wall, and I could smell his cologne and see the watch Molly had bought him on his wrist, and something just broke within me. I started fighting back, throwing punches and trying to get him off me, and he was larger than me, but I was angrier than I'd ever been in my life. We wound up on the floor with him on top of me, hitting me in the face and ribs while Molly screamed at us to stop, and I kept thinking, this is my brother, this person I loved and trusted, and he's beating me up in my own living room while my wife watches. And all the while he was hitting me, he was saying things like, "This is what you get for being such an asshole, and you brought this on yourself." I managed to break free from him and run to the kitchen where I grabbed a knife. Not because I wanted to stab him, but because I wanted him to back off and leave me alone. And when he saw the knife, he finally stopped coming at me, but then he started claiming I was crazy and dangerous, and that he was going to call the police on me. And I'm standing there bleeding and holding a knife in my own kitchen, while my cheating wife and brother act like I'm the problem. And I realized how utterly messed up this whole situation had become. So I put the knife down and told them both to get out and never come back, and that I was filing for divorce and never wanted to see either of them again. Marcus said I was making a big mistake, and that family was more important than this, and I said you should have thought about that before you chose to destroy mine. And then they finally departed, but not before Molly said she'd return for her things, and that I better not do anything stupid. Once they were gone, I just sat on my kitchen floor and cried, because my marriage was over and my relationship with my brother was done, and I felt like my entire life had been a lie. I realized the camera had recorded everything, including Marcus assaulting me in my own home, and I decided at that moment I was going to press charges. I know everyone thinks I should have just let it go and tried to resolve things as a family, but I can't get past the fact that my own brother beat me up while defending his affair with my wife. When I told my parents what happened, they said I was being vindictive and that I should think about forgiveness and moving forward as a family. But I don't want to forgive them, and I don't want to move forward like nothing happened, because something did happen, and it changed everything. I called the police and forgive them, and I don't want to move forward like nothing happened, because something did happen, and it changed everything. I called the police and showed them the video of Marcus attacking me, and I filed charges for assault. I also filed for divorce and asked for everything I could get, and I told Molly she could have her belongings, but I wanted her out of my life completely. Now, everyone in my family is angry at me for pressing charges, and they're saying I'm tearing the family apart over something that can be worked through. My mom keeps calling and crying and asking me to drop the charges and go to family therapy, but I don't want to sit in a room and talk about my feelings with the people who betrayed me. Marcus has also been calling, leaving messages saying he's sorry and that he wants to make things right. But I don't know how you make something like this right. How do you come back from sleeping with your brother's wife and then beating him up when he finds out? And Molly keeps texting me, trying to explain her side of things, saying she never meant to hurt me and that she does love me, but she loves Marcus too and she can't help how she feels. And every time I read those texts, I get angry all over again because she's still not taking responsibility for what she did. She's still acting like this just happened to her instead of something she chose. The court date is next month, and my lawyer says we have a strong case because of the video evidence. But my whole family is pressuring me to drop it and just move on. And I keep wondering if I'm being an asshole for not just letting this go and trying to preserve what's left of my family relationships. So I guess my question is, am I the asshole for pressing charges against my brother and refusing to work things out as a family? I honestly don't know anymore because everyone I trust has been telling me I'm wrong. But something inside me says that what they did was unforgivable and that I deserve better than being expected to just get over it. But perhaps I'm too close to the situation to see clearly. So I'm hoping strangers on the internet can offer some perspective on whether I'm handling this correctly or if I'm just being a vindictive jerk who can't let things go. Update 1. I didn't expect my post to get such a big response, but thank you to everyone who commented, especially those who told me I'm not crazy for feeling like my whole world got turned upside down. Reading all your replies has helped me realize that I'm not overreacting and that what happened to me was seriously messed up, even if my family doesn't want to admit it. Many people asked for updates, so here's what's happened since I posted. First, the harassment from my family has worsened, not improved. My mom calls me every single day, crying and begging me to drop the charges, saying that Marcus has learned his lesson and that I'm destroying our family over something that can be fixed with time and forgiveness. And my dad, who I thought might understand better, told me yesterday that I'm being stubborn and prideful, and that real men don't call the police on their brothers over family disputes. He said I should have just beaten Marcus up and called it even, like this is some kind of old Western movie where we settle things with our fists instead of, expecting people not to cheat with our wives and then assault us. My sister, though, has been the worst, calling me selfish and saying I'm prioritizing my hurt feelings over the well-being of the whole family. She claimed Molly and Marcus are both sorry and willing to do whatever it takes to fix things, and that I'm being unreasonable by not even hearing them out. But here's what truly bothers me. None of them seem to grasp that this isn't solely about hurt feelings or family drama. Marcus committed assault. There's video proof of it. And if he did this to a stranger on the street, everyone would expect him to face repercussions. But because he's my brother and it happened during a family situation, suddenly I'm expected to just let it go. The other issue is that people keep acting as if Molly and Marcus just made a mistake, like they stumbled and fell into bed together by accident. But this had been ongoing for months, likely longer, and they were planning, scheming, and lying to my face the entire time. That's not an error. That's a pattern of intentional choices to hurt me and betray my trust. I've been staying at a hotel since the confrontation because I couldn't bear being in that house anymore, and Molly has been going there to collect her belongings while I'm at work. My neighbor texted me yesterday to say she saw Marcus helping Molly move boxes, and I just felt ill knowing that they're still together and probably discussing what a jerk I am for not just accepting their relationship. The divorce is progressing, and my lawyer says it should be quite simple since we don't have kids, and most of our assets are in my name regardless. Molly hasn't contested anything so far, which leads me to believe she feels guilty, but it also makes me wonder if she's just anxious to conclude it so she can be with Marcus without hindrance. The most difficult aspect is how isolated I feel, because the people who are meant to support me during the most challenging period of my life are instead urging me to forgive the people who hurt me. And I keep doubting myself, wondering if maybe I am being overly stubborn or if I should just withdraw the charges and attempt to move on. But then I rewatched that video again, and I see Marcus striking me in my own living room while Molly simply stands there. And I remember the fear and helplessness I felt, and I know I cannot simply pretend that didn't happen. He could have killed me if he'd struck me incorrectly, and he only ceased when I retrieved the knife, which means he would have continued if I had not defended myself. Some people in the comments inquired about the burner phone and what happened with it. I handed it over to my lawyer as evidence in the divorce proceedings. My lawyer said some of the messages might be considered proof of alienation of affection, which could assist my case, but honestly, I don't even wish to read them because I think they only cause more pain. I also learned that Marcus has been sharing his version of events, asserting that I assaulted him first and that he was merely defending himself. But the video plainly shows him pushing me first, then getting on top of me and hitting me repeatedly, so I'm unsure how he believes that will hold up in court. What's truly unsettling my mind is how normally they both behaved around me while this was occurring. For instance, Marcus came to my birthday dinner 2 months ago and gave me a card speaking about how pleased he was to have me as a brother, and all the while he was sleeping with my wife. And Molly arranged our anniversary dinner and appeared all romantic and loving, and then went and met Marcus the following day. My cousin also phoned me and mentioned he'd heard about everything through the family grapevine, and he informed me that he'd always suspected something was odd between Molly and Marcus, but didn't want to say anything because he wasn't certain. And I thought, thanks for looking out for me, bro. I truly appreciate you keeping your suspicions to yourself while I was being humiliated. The court date is in 3 weeks, and my lawyer says we're well prepared, but I'm anxious about seeing Marcus again and having to relive everything before a judge. Part of me simply wants to get it done, but another part of me wants him to face genuine consequences for what he did, not just a mere slap on the wrist. I've been attending therapy to help cope with all this, and my therapist says what I'm going through is normal given the extent of betrayal I've endured. She mentioned it's common for families to pressure victims to forgive and move on, because it's simpler for them than facing the reality of what occurred, but that doesn't mean I have to comply with their desires. She also stated that the fact Marcus resorted to physical violence demonstrates that this isn't merely about an affair. It's about someone willing to harm me to safeguard his secret. And when I phrase it that way, it makes me feel more assured that I'm doing the correct thing by pressing charges. I know this update is a bit scattered, but my mind is still reeling from everything that's occurred. I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm persevering and that I'm not giving up, even though it feels like the whole world is against me at this moment. The support from strangers on here has meant more to me than you realize, because it's helped me understand that I'm not insane and that I deserve better than what my family is attempting to make me accept. So thank you for that, and I'll update again after the court date to let you know how everything unfolds. Update 2. Well, the court hearing took place yesterday, and I'm still processing everything that transpired. But I wanted to update you all since so many of you have been following this mess and offering support. Spoiler alert, things didn't unfold as anyone in my family anticipated, and now they're even angrier with me than previously. To begin, Marcus appeared with a lawyer, something I didn't foresee because he'd been behaving as if this were minor and that I'd withdraw the charges before trial. However, it seems, once he understood I was serious about proceeding, he determined he required professional assistance, which likely indicates he eventually viewed the video his lawyer asked for, and saw how poor it appeared. His attorney attempted to claim it was a family disagreement that grew uncontrolled, and that Marcus was protecting himself after I initially pushed him. But the footage quite plainly demonstrates he escalated matters and was the primary aggressor throughout much of the altercation. You can literally observe him atop me, striking me repeatedly as I try to escape, and the audio captures him uttering phrases such as, "This is what you get," which hardly sounds like self-defense. The prosecutor was actually very effective, and she reviewed the video moment by moment, highlighting every instance where Marcus had the chance to de-escalate or guide, but opted to persist with the violence instead. She also remarked that he's considerably larger than I am, and that the injuries I suffered aligned with someone being assaulted by a bigger individual, not with a mutual struggle between equals. Marcus's lawyer also sought to introduce the affair, as if it somehow excused what happened, contending that I was emotionally unstable and that Marcus was trying to calm me down when things turned physical. But the judge dismissed that quite swiftly, stating that adultery is not a crime, but assault is, and that my emotional state did not give Marcus the right to put his hands on me. The most difficult aspect was when Marcus took the stand to testify, because he essentially implicated Molly to save himself. He asserted that she had sought him out and that he'd attempted to resist, but she persisted, and that he felt terrible about betraying me but did not know how to handle the situation. And then he dared to state that he'd come to my house that day to admit everything and end the affair, but that I'd confronted them before he could clarify, and that I'd been unreasonable and menacing. Which is utter nonsense, because I have text messages from Molly's burner phone, showing they were planning to meet that same week, so clearly ending the affair was not high on their priority list. But what truly affected me was when he began weeping on the stand, speaking of his regret and how he never intended for things to go so far. And for a brief moment I felt sympathy for him, because this is my brother, and I had never seen him cry previously. But then I recalled him atop me, hitting me in my own house, and I became angry all over again. The judge declared him guilty of simple assault and sentenced him to 6 months probation, anger management classes, and a restraining order that forbids him from coming within 500 feet of me or my property. He also must pay a fine and court costs, and it will be recorded on his record as a misdemeanor conviction. My family is utterly enraged about the restraining order because it means Marcus can't attend family gatherings if I'm there. And my mom began weeping in the courthouse, speaking of how I'm splitting up the family and making it impossible for us to gather for holidays and birthdays. But honestly, I have no desire to be near Marcus at present, regardless, and I fail to comprehend why they believe I should simply move past being assaulted so that family dinners can resume their usual state. I mean, forgive me, Mom, but I don't particularly fancy handing the mashed potatoes to the guy who beat me. You know? The divorce is also nearing finalization, and Molly raised no objections, which rendered the whole process quite swift. She's relocating to live with Marcus, which I suppose is logical, since they're supposedly in love and cannot control their emotions, or whatever flimsy pretense they're employing this week. She attempted to speak with me outside the courthouse, stating she understood I likely despised her, but expressed hope that one day I might grasp that she had no intention of causing me pain. And I simply gazed at her and asked, "You spent months lying to my face and involving my brother in our bed. Precisely how did you imagine that would conclude?" She then began to weep, admitting she knew she'd managed things poorly, but insisted she truly loved Marcus, and that they were striving to build a life together. And I was thinking, wonderful, I'm so pleased for you. Thank you for ruining my life so you could discover your happiness with my brother. What truly frustrates me is that everyone persists in discussing Marcus and Molly as if their story is some tragic romance, as if they are Romeo and Juliet, rather than two individuals who opted to conspire, deceive, and betray instead of addressing their emotions maturely. And when I highlight that they could have simply informed me of their feelings for each other before anything occurred, everyone behaves as though I'm being simplistic about how love functions. Yet I've experienced love previously. I fell in love with Molly, and I didn't manage it through deceit, infidelity, and betraying another's trust. I ended my relationship with my previous girlfriend and then pursued Molly genuinely, like a respectable human being. Because that's the proper course of action when you have feelings for someone who is unavailable. My father telephoned me last night, suggesting I ought to consider what benefits the family entirely. not merely my own wounded feelings, and that harboring resentments will only cause everyone distress. And I replied, Dad, I'm not maintaining a grudge. I'm holding individuals responsible for their actions, and there's a distinction, even if you prefer not to acknowledge it. He said Marcus has learned his lesson, and that the family needs to heal. But how exactly is the family meant to heal when nobody wants to acknowledge what truly happened? They all keep speaking of forgiveness and moving forward, but nobody has genuinely apologized for the right things or shown that they grasp why what they did was so fucked up. I've been reflecting a lot on what my therapist said about boundaries and self-respect, and I realize that if I just let this go and act like everything is fine, I'm essentially telling everyone that they can treat me however they want as long as they cry about it afterward. And I cannot live like that, always wondering who's lying to me or what secrets people are keeping. The hardest part is that I truly loved Marcus. He was among my best friends, and I admired him my whole life, and losing that relationship hurts almost as much as losing my marriage. But I cannot separate the person I thought he was from the person capable of doing what he did, and I don't know how to move past that. Some people have asked me if I regret pressing charges, or if I wish I'd managed things differently, and honestly, I don't know. Part of me wishes none of this had ever occurred, and that we could all go back to how things were before. But another part of me knows that how things were before was built on lies anyway. At least now I grasp the truth of who these individuals truly are, and I can make choices based on reality instead of the illusion I was dwelling in, where my wife loved me and my brother supported me. It's unfortunate that the truth is so unpleasant, but I'd rather be aware than spend my remaining life being taken for a fool. I'm intending to relocate to a different city next month for a new beginning, somewhere none of them know my whereabouts, and where I can establish a life not plagued by all this nonsense. I also received a job offer from a firm I interviewed with, and it offers better pay than what I'm earning currently, so at least something positive is emerging from this predicament. My lease expires at the end of the month regardless, and I cannot manage the house payment without Molly's earnings, so it's logical to begin anew somewhere else. I'm actually somewhat enthusiastic about it, even though it entails abandoning everything familiar, because perhaps that's what I require at this moment. I know my family believes I'm fleeing, but I think I'm moving towards something superior, a life where individuals don't deceive me and betray me and then anticipate me to be thankful for their apologies. And if that casts me as the villain in their narrative, then I suppose I can accept that. My gratitude again to everyone who has been supportive throughout this entire nightmare. You've helped me maintain my sanity when everyone else was attempting to persuade me I was irrational. I'll likely share one more update after I become established in my new place. But at present, I'm simply concentrating on taking things one step at a time and navigating each day. Final update. I've been in my new city for about 3 weeks now, and I believed I should provide you all one last update, as you've been tracking this disaster from its start. Much has transpired since my last post, some good and some utterly wild, and I'm still attempting to comprehend it all. Firstly, the positive news. I love my new job and my new apartment, and distancing myself from all the family turmoil has been precisely what I required. I can now genuinely sleep through the night without experiencing anxious dreams concerning finding that burner phone or watching Marcus hit me. And I'm beginning to feel like my old self once more, rather than merely this enraged, wounded individual preoccupied with nothing else. The city is also wonderful. It's larger than my previous residence, and there are genuinely things to do here, and I've encountered some colleagues who appear pleasant. It's strange to be in a place where no one knows my history or views me with sympathy or condemnation, and I'm understanding how much I required that new beginning. But the truly astonishing event occurred 2 weeks ago when Marcus appeared at my apartment complex. I have no idea how he found out where I live because I didn't tell anyone in my family my exact address. But there he was standing in the lobby when I got home from work, looking like he'd been waiting for a while. At first I thought about calling the police because of the restraining order, but then I realized we were in a different state, so I wasn't sure if it applied. And to be honest, I was curious about what he could possibly say that was worth driving hours to tell me. He seemed terrible, and when he saw me, he started speaking very quickly about how sorry he was, how he'd made the biggest mistake of his life, and how he needed my forgiveness so he could move on with his life. I just stood there, listening to his rambling about how guilty he felt, how much he missed our relationship, and how he'd do anything to set things right between us. Yet, as he spoke, I kept waiting for him to truly acknowledge his wrongdoing, not merely say he was sorry for hurting me, but explain that he understood why it was so fucked up. However, he never did. He merely kept saying he was sorry, that he loved me, and that family was more important than anything else. When I then asked him if he was still with Molly, he confirmed yes, but stated it wasn't about her. It was about us and our relationship as brothers. So I informed him that there's no relationship anymore, that he ruined that when he chose to sleep with my wife. He grew frustrated and said I was being stubborn, holding on to anger that was only hurting myself. He said Molly was miserable because she felt guilty about coming between us, that they were both in therapy trying to address their issues, and that everyone would be happier if I could simply find a way to forgive them and move on. It was then I realized that even after everything that had occurred after the court case, the restraining order, and my moving across the country to get away from them, he still didn't grasp what he'd truly done to me. He believed this was about jealousy or wounded feelings, not about the complete destruction of trust and the violation of everything I thought I knew about those closest to me. I told him that I didn't care if Molly felt guilty, and I didn't care if they were in therapy, because none of that changed what they'd put me through or gave me any reason to believe they were different people now. And I said that showing up at my apartment after I'd moved away to escape all this bullshit was just another example of him not respecting my boundaries or considering what I needed. He then started getting angry, saying I was being unreasonable and that I couldn't just cut off my entire family over one mistake. And I asked, one mistake? You had an affair with my wife for months. You lied to my face repeatedly. You made me think I was going crazy when I started noticing things, and then you physically attacked me when I found out. That's not one mistake. That's a pattern of choices to hurt me and betray my trust. He claimed I was twisting things and making them sound worse than they were, and that if I truly cared about family, I would find a way to work through this instead of running away like a child. And that's when I told him to get the fuck out of my building and never contact me again, because I was finished listening to him minimize what he'd done and blame me for not getting over it quickly enough. He left after that, but not before stating that I was going to regret cutting everyone out of my life and that someday I'd realize family was all that mattered. And I just watched him walk away, thinking that if this is what family looks like, then perhaps I'm better off without it. The next day, my mom called me sobbing, saying Marcus had told her about our conversation and that she couldn't believe I'd been so cruel to him when he was trying so hard to set things right. And I said, Mom, he violated a restraining order to show up at my apartment uninvited, and then got angry when I didn't welcome him with open arms. How exactly is that trying to set things right? She said the restraining order was just a legal thing, and that it shouldn't apply to family members who love each other and want to reconcile. And I had to clarify to my own mother that restraining orders exist specifically to safeguard people from family members who won't respect their boundaries, and that Marcus appearing at my home was precisely the kind of conduct the order was intended to prevent. But she just kept insisting I was being too harsh, and that Marcus was suffering as well, and that I needed to consider forgiveness and healing instead of punishment and revenge. And I'm so weary of having the same discussion repeatedly with people who decline to grasp that this isn't about revenge. It's about protecting myself from individuals who have demonstrated they can't be trusted. I ended up needing to block most of my family's phone numbers because they wouldn't stop calling and texting me attempting to guilt me into reconciling with Marcus and Molly. And it's sad because I do miss some of them, like my sister and my cousins who didn't do anything wrong, but they're all so committed to maintaining family unity that they can't see how harmful this entire situation has grown. My therapist, whom I'm still seeing through video calls, mentions this is quite common in families where a major betrayal has occurred, that everyone desires things to return to normal so intensely that they pressure the victim to forgive and forget instead of addressing the actual problems. She said the fact that Marcus located me after I moved away indicates that he's more interested in alleviating his own guilt than respecting my need for space. I know some people probably think I'm being too extreme by cutting contact with my family, but I can't keep having the same arguments repeatedly with people who think I should just get over being betrayed and assaulted because it's inconvenient for them to deal with the consequences. Perhaps someday things will be different, but for now, I'm more content than I've been in months, and I won't apologize for prioritizing my own peace of mind over everyone else's comfort. I devoted too many years placing others' needs before my own, and see where that led me. So that's where things stand now. I'm leading my life on my own terms and not looking back, and for the first time since this whole nightmare began, I actually feel hopeful about the future. My gratitude goes to everyone who supported me through this ordeal. You assisted me in remaining strong when everyone else sought to persuade me I was incorrect for asserting myself. Next story. This whole thing began 3 years ago when I was 26, and I was diagnosed with this rare heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Essentially, my heart muscle was growing too thick, and it would kill me if I didn't get surgery quickly. The doctors made it very clear that this wasn't something I could postpone for months or years. They said I had perhaps 6 weeks to get the surgery done, or I could literally drop dead any day from cardiac arrest. I was sitting there in the cardiologist's office trying not to panic, while he was explaining how they needed to cut out part of my heart muscle to save my life. The surgery was set for October 15th, and it was going to cost roughly $40,000, even with my insurance, because apparently this kind of surgery isn't fully covered. I had to cover a hefty deductible and co-pays and all this other stuff that I didn't understand, but I knew I didn't have that kind of money just lying around. I mean, who does at 26 when you're employed as a graphic designer, earning barely enough to cover rent, student loans, and groceries? So I called my parents because what else was I meant to do? I told them about the diagnosis and the surgery and how much it would cost, and I asked if they could help me, because this was literally life or death. My mom started crying on the phone, and my dad got on and said of course they would help. They would sort something out. I felt this immense relief because I thought, all right, my parents love me, and they're going to make sure I don't die from this condition. But then 2 days later, my sister Jenna calls me, and she's so excited because she just got engaged to her boyfriend Barry, who I've met perhaps 3 times. He seems fine, but whatever. She starts talking about how they want to have the wedding in December in Hawaii, because that's where they had their first vacation together, and it's going to be very romantic. She's always dreamed of a beach wedding. I'm happy for her, I suppose, but I'm also thinking about my heart surgery that's happening in about 5 weeks. Then Jenna mentions the wedding will cost around $60,000, and she's expecting Mom and Dad to cover most of it, because that's what they did for our older brother's wedding 2 years ago. She doesn't want anything less than what he got. I'm starting to feel this strange sensation in my stomach, but I tell myself that my parents have money put aside. They're both teachers, so they don't earn a fortune. But they've been working for around 30 years, and they own their house, and they always appear to have sufficient funds for things. So the next week, I head over to my parents' house for dinner, as I typically do, and I mention the surgery once more because the hospital needs a deposit, and they need to know how the payment will be handled. My dad gets this look on his face, and my mom won't make eye contact with me. Eventually, my dad states they need to discuss something with me, and I already sense it won't be good. He begins explaining how Jenna's wedding will be costly, and they've already placed deposits for the venue, the caterer, and the photographer, and they cannot get the money back. The wedding is in Hawaii, so all the family members require flights and hotel rooms, and my parents are covering the cost for my grandparents and my aunt and uncle to attend because they cannot afford it themselves. Essentially, they've pledged to spend roughly $50,000 on this wedding, which is taking place 2 months after my surgery. I'm sitting there calculating in my head, and I'm thinking, all right, so you have $50,000 for a wedding, but you can't assist me with $40,000 for surgery that will save my life. My dad states it's not that straightforward because they've already made pledges and people are relying on them. And Jenna has been planning this wedding for years, even though she literally just got engaged about 2 weeks ago. But apparently she's maintained a Pinterest board since she was 16 or something. My mom eventually speaks up and suggests perhaps I can delay the surgery until after the wedding, and then they can assist me. I simply stared at her because did she not hear? The doctors state I could die any day. Delaying it for 3 months is essentially a death sentence. I informed her of that, and she replies, well, perhaps the doctor was being dramatic. Heart problems run in families, and her dad lived with heart issues for years before he received treatment. But her dad died of a heart attack at 58, and I reminded her of that. She became very quiet, and then my dad suggests perhaps I can secure a loan or request a payment plan from the hospital. I'm growing truly upset now because why should I incur debt to save my life when they're on the verge of spending $50,000 on a celebration that lasts a single day? So I expressed that to them, and Jenna, who was evidently listening from the kitchen, bursts in and begins shouting at me about how I'm attempting to sabotage her wedding. I've always envied her, and now I'm trying to manipulate Mom and Dad with my tale of woe about being ill. I simply snapped and began shouting back that I'm not fabricating a heart condition and I'm not attempting to spoil anything, but I could literally die if I don't have this surgery. Jenna yells back that I'm being overdramatic and many people have heart problems and lead normal lives, and I don't require surgery immediately. I'm just attempting to divert attention from her wedding and make everything revolve around me, as I always do. My parents are merely sitting there, silent, while their daughters are yelling at each other about whether or not one of them will perish. Eventually, my dad tells us both to settle down, and he states they've reached their decision. They were going to cover the wedding because they had already committed to it and had promised Jenna this wedding, and they couldn't withdraw now. But they would attempt to help me after the wedding if I could wait. I simply walked out because I couldn't grasp what I was hearing. I called my brother Aaron when I reached home and informed him of what had occurred. He said he would endeavor to help, but he had just purchased a house and his wife was pregnant, so they didn't have $40,000 either. But he could perhaps give me $5,000. I valued it, but that wasn't going to suffice, and time was expiring. So I ultimately took out loans and placed the remainder on credit cards, essentially ruining my financial future to cover the surgery. I had it performed on October 15th as planned, and it proceeded smoothly. The doctor mentioned I should be well now, but I'll require consistent checkups for the remainder of my life, and I might need another surgery eventually. But for now, I'm all right, and I'm alive, which is more than I can state, if I had delayed until after Jenna's beach wedding. My parents didn't even visit the hospital on the day of my surgery because they were occupied with wedding planning matters. Jenna experienced some sort of crisis regarding the flowers or the music or something equally significant, and they had to drive 3 hours to consult with the wedding planner. My mom messaged me good luck, and that was all. Aaron came and sat with me before the surgery, and my best friend Sarah was also there. That was enough, I suppose, but it truly hurt that my parents couldn't be bothered to show up when I was having my chest cut open to save my life. Yet they could drive 3 hours to talk about wedding flowers. The surgery recovery was difficult, and I was out of work for 6 weeks. I couldn't pay my rent for 2 months, and I had to move back in with my college roommate and sleep on her couch for a while. My credit cards were maxed out, and I was receiving calls from debt collectors. My life was essentially falling apart, but at least I was alive. Jenna's wedding took place in December, and it was apparently beautiful and perfect, and everything she had dreamed of. My parents posted countless photos on Facebook about their daughter's special day and how proud they were and how magical it all was. I didn't go because I was still recovering, and also because I was bitter and angry, and I didn't want to pretend everything was fine. But here's where things get truly messed up, and I'm getting angry again just thinking about it. But I need to tell the whole story, so you understand why I did what I did yesterday. Roughly 6 months after the wedding, my dad calls me and says they need to talk. He sounds strange and stressed, and I'm thinking maybe they want to apologize and help me pay off some of the medical debt or something. But when I go over there, they tell me they're in serious financial trouble and they might lose the house. It turns out they didn't merely spend $50,000 on the wedding. They spent nearly $80,000 because Jenna continually wanted upgrades and changes, and the guest list kept expanding. They covered everyone's flights and hotels, and they also secured a loan against their house to pay for everything. Now they cannot make the payments, and the bank is threatening foreclosure. My dad is asking me if I can assist them, and I simply started laughing because it was utterly absurd. He became angry and said this wasn't amusing, and they could lose everything. I said, well, perhaps you should have considered that before you selected a wedding over your daughter's life. My mom began crying and saying I was being harsh, but I wasn't being harsh. I was being truthful. I conveyed precisely that to them, and I stated they made their choice when they determined Jenna's celebration was more significant than my surgery. Now they must live with the consequences, and I'm not going to rescue them when they left me to figure out how to save my own life alone. My dad claimed that was different, and they believed I would be fine, and they didn't realize I would truly need the surgery immediately. I said the doctor informed us I could die any day, and what aspect of that was unclear? He didn't have an answer for that. So they ended up losing their home about a year later, and they had to move into a small apartment. My dad had to get a second job driving for one of those food delivery apps, and my mom began cleaning houses on weekends. Jenna and Barry relocated to another state for his job and basically disappeared from all the family drama they helped create. I felt bad for my parents sometimes because they're getting older and this has been truly hard on them. But I also felt like they made their bed, and now they have to sleep in it. I was still paying off medical debt and living paycheck to paycheck, so it's not like I was in a position to help them, even if I wanted to. Fast forward to yesterday, and my mom appears at my apartment crying and begging me to help them because they're about to get evicted from their apartment and they have nowhere to go. She's saying they're sorry about the surgery matter, and they made a mistake, and they know I must hate them. But they're desperate, and they need money, and they need a place to stay. I'm standing there looking at my mom, who is 62 years old, and weeping on my doorstep. A part of me wants to help because she's my mom, and I love her, but another part of me is recalling how alone I felt when I was facing heart surgery, and how scared I was, and how they weren't there for me when I needed them most. So I informed her I can't help them, and I closed the door. I could hear her crying in the hallway, and I felt terrible, but I also felt like this is what they deserve. I'm not responsible for fixing their mistakes when they weren't there to help me with my life or death situation. My brother Aaron called me later and said Mom called him crying. He thinks I should help them because they're parents and they're old and scared, and everyone makes mistakes, and I should be the bigger person. But I told him if he wants to help them so bad, he can let them move in with him and his pregnant wife and see how that goes. Aaron said that's not fair because his situation is different and he doesn't have room for them. I said, well, my situation was different too when I needed heart surgery, and they chose Jenna's wedding instead, so I guess we all have to make tough choices. Then this morning, Jenna calls me for the first time in like 2 years, and she's yelling at me about how could I turn away our parents when they need help. I'm being selfish and vindictive, and I need to grow up and let go of the past. I told her if she's so concerned about Mom and Dad, She can send them money. Jenna says that's not her responsibility, and they're not her problem. I said, well, they're not my problem either. And she hung up on me, but not before telling me I'm a terrible person and I'll regret this someday. I don't know. I'm just confused and angry and sad, and I feel guilty, but I also feel justified. I can't tell if I'm being sensible or if I'm being a dreadful daughter. I need someone to tell me if I'm mistaken here, because everyone in my family has an opinion, but they all have their own reasons for wanting me to do one thing or another. The truth is, I'm not rich. I'm still paying off medical debt, and I live in a studio apartment, and I work freelance, so my income isn't stable. It's not like I have thousands of dollars just waiting around to give them. Even if I did, I'm not sure I want to, because they had thousands of dollars waiting around when I needed surgery, and they chose to spend it on Jenna's wedding instead. Perhaps that makes me petty or vindictive, like Jenna said, but I think it makes me human. I think I have a right to be angry, and I think they need to face the repercussions of their choices, just like I had to face the repercussions of theirs when I almost died because they wouldn't help me. So am I mistaken for refusing to help my parents after they chose my sister's wedding over my life-saving surgery? First update. Okay, so much has happened since I posted this, and I'm honestly overwhelmed by all the responses and support from everyone. So thank you for that. But also, some of you are truly angry on my behalf, and while I appreciate it, I need to update you on what's been going on. So after I posted the first time, my phone kept ringing, because evidently my mom called everyone in our wider family and told them I was declining to help them, and they were about to be homeless, and it was entirely my fault. Suddenly, I had aunts and uncles and cousins calling me, urging me to step up and help my parents, because family supports each other and I'm acting selfishly. But here's the thing that truly affected me and made me realize how dysfunctional my family truly is. My cousin Sylvia, who I've always been close to, called me and said she learned of the situation and she wished to hear my perspective. When I explained the full story to her, she became very quiet, and then she said she was unaware that my parents didn't assist with my surgery, and she believed they funded it. I asked her what she meant, and she said that at Jenna's wedding, my parents were informing everyone how costly my surgery was, and how they had to contribute to its cost, and how it was such a monetary strain. But they were glad to do so because that's what parents do, and they were receiving all this sympathy and commendation for being such good parents who made sacrifices for their ailing daughter. So evidently, while I was accumulating debt and sleeping on my friend's couch, my parents were at Jenna's wedding informing everyone how they assisted in saving my life and what excellent parents they were. They were claiming credit for something they hadn't done. I simply felt ill when Sylvia informed me of this, because it implies they were fully aware of their wrongdoing, but they were still attempting to appear good to others. I called Aaron and told him what Sylvia said, and he became silent for a long period. Then he said he recalled Mom referring to something about helping with my surgery costs at the wedding, but he was managing his wife's morning sickness and preparing for the baby, so he wasn't truly paying heed. He simply presumed they were being truthful. So that's when I realized that not only did my parents prioritize Jenna's wedding over my surgery, but then they deceived our whole family about it and portrayed themselves as heroes, while I was striving to endure financially and emotionally. That simply made me even angrier and more certain that I made the correct decision. But then yesterday, my mom appeared at the coffee shop where I was meeting with a client, which was truly humiliating because I was attempting to showcase some logo designs, and abruptly there's this weeping woman asking the barista if she knows me and gesturing towards my table. My client appeared perplexed, and I had to apologize and go attend to my mom, who was seated at a corner table looking awful and imploring me to simply speak with her for 5 minutes. So I informed my client I had a family emergency and we could rearrange our meeting, and then I led my mom outside. She began apologizing, saying they made a dreadful mistake and were wrong about the surgery, and she knows they hurt me and is sorry. But they're desperate now and need help, and she promised they'd repay me as soon as they could recover their stability. I inquired about what she told everyone at Jenna's wedding regarding assisting with my surgery, and she had a look on her face as if she'd been caught. She claimed she was ashamed they couldn't assist me and didn't want people to perceive them as poor parents, so she merely allowed them to presume they had helped, and it spiraled out of control. But that's not what Sylvia told me. She said they were deliberately informing people they contributed to the surgery's cost and claiming credit for it. So I confronted her about that, and she began weeping more intensely, saying she was mortified and had committed errors and just desired her family reunited. A part of me felt sorrow for her because she appeared so shattered and fearful, but another part of me was contemplating how she felt at ease, fabricating a lie to our whole family about such a grave matter, and how she allowed me to appear as the ungrateful daughter who was incapable of managing her own difficulties, while she was claiming to have saved my life. So I told her that I required time to consider, and she said they lacked time because they're facing eviction next week. I said that's not my urgent concern, and she became enraged and said, I'm just like my father, obstinate and unyielding, and then she departed. Later that evening, Jenna called me again, and this time she wasn't shouting. She was weeping. She said she spoke with Mom, and she knows about the lies they told at the wedding, and she feels awful. She wants to help our parents, but she and Barry are struggling too because he lost his job, and they're living with his parents in Ohio, and they don't have any money to send. I nearly felt sorry for Jenna because she sounded truly distressed. But then she said, maybe if I help Mom and Dad now, she can pay me back later when they regain their stability and Barry finds a new job. I understood she's still trying to have me resolve the issue while she takes no action. So I told Jenna that she got her dream wedding, and now she needs to determine how to assist the parents who incurred debt to provide it for her. It's not my duty to clean up the mess that her wedding created. She became silent and then said she never asked them to spend that much money and they made their own choices. I said, yes, they did make their own choices, and they chose your wedding over my surgery. So now you get to face the repercussions of being the chosen daughter. And I hung up on her. I know some of you will say I'm being too harsh, but I'm simply so weary of everyone expecting me to be the one to resolve everything when I'm the one who was wronged in the first place. I'm still coping with the financial and emotional fallout from their choice. My credit remains messed up from the medical debt, and I'm still attending therapy to cope with the trauma of nearly dying and feeling forsaken by my family. Now they expect me to simply overlook all of that and save them from the outcomes of their own choices, and I don't believe that's fair. So I'm staying with my decision not to help them. If that makes me wrong, then I guess I'll be wrong. But at least I'll be the person who didn't enable their awful behavior. Perhaps they'll learn something from having to face the consequences of their actions for once. Second update. This is likely going to be my final update because I'm tired of considering this situation and I want to move on with my life. But I wanted to let everyone know what happened. And thank you all for the support and validation because it truly helped me feel less crazy about everything. So my parents were indeed evicted from their apartment, and they're presently staying with my dad's brother, Uncle Paul, and his wife in their basement. According to Aaron, it's not progressing well, because Uncle Paul's wife never liked my parents, and she's making it very clear that this is temporary and they need to figure something else out soon. Jenna called me one more time, and she was quite angry. She said it's my fault that our parents are basically homeless and living in a basement like refugees, and I'm an awful person for letting this happen when I could have prevented it. I told her that I didn't make them spend $80,000 on her wedding, and I didn't force them to take out a loan against their home. Their homelessness is not my fault. She said I'm heartless, and I'll regret this when they pass away, and I have to live with the guilt of not helping them when they needed me most. I replied that they didn't help me when I needed them most, and I nearly died, so they can find a way to survive without me, just like I had to find a way to survive without them. Then she uttered something that truly angered me. She claimed that my surgery wasn't as serious as I made it sound, and people live with heart conditions all the time without surgery, and I was being dramatic about the whole situation. That's when I realized she still doesn't grasp it, and probably never will. So I told Jenna that she can continue telling herself that her wedding was more important than my life if it helps her sleep at night. But I know the truth, and so does everyone else now. She cannot rewrite history to make herself feel better about what occurred. Then I blocked her number because I'm finished having the same conversation repeatedly. Aaron has tried to remain neutral, but he did inform me that he spoke with our parents and they're both currently working several jobs, attempting to save for a deposit on a new apartment. They're hoping to accumulate enough by next month, but it will be tight, and they're both weary and stressed. He mentioned they requested him to ask me once more if I would consider assisting them solely with the deposit, not with continuous support, just sufficient to get them into their own place. I informed Aaron that I already provided them with my answer, and I'm not altering my decision. If he wishes to help them, he's free to do so, but I'm finished being asked. Aaron stated he comprehends my position, but he still believes I should consider pardoning them because clinging to anger is only harming me. They're truly sorry, and they've learned their lesson. I replied that some lessons are costly, and this is one of them, and perhaps they should have considered the expense before they made their choices. He didn't dispute with me after that, but I could tell he believes I'm being stubborn. Perhaps I am, but I believe I'm being consistent, and I believe I'm safeguarding myself from people who have already demonstrated they'll abandon me when it matters most. The most unusual aspect about all of this is that I actually feel better now than I have in years, because I finally asserted myself and established boundaries with my family. I'm not carrying around all this resentment and uncertainty about whether I'm being unreasonable, because now I know I'm not. I've been attending therapy consistently since all this began, and my therapist has assisted me in realizing that what my parents did was a form of abandonment. It's acceptable for me to safeguard myself from people who have hurt me, even if they're family, and even if they're sorry now. Regarding my health, some have inquired, and I'm faring well. My heart is stable, and I attend checkups every 6 months. My cardiologist states everything appears fine, and I should be capable of leading a normal life, provided I continue monitoring it and caring for myself. The medical debt is finally nearly settled, and my credit score is steadily getting better. I'm in a significantly better financial position than I was right after the surgery, and I'm proud of myself for navigating all of that independently, despite it being difficult and frightening. I've also considered what would have happened if I had waited until after Jenna's wedding to have the surgery like my parents wanted. The reality is, I likely would have perished because my condition was advancing quickly, and the doctors were explicit that postponing the surgery was exceedingly perilous and not an alternative. Therefore, when individuals suggest I should forgive my parents on the grounds that they weren't aware of its gravity, I remind them that the doctor explained very plainly that I could die at any moment. My parents opted to disregard that information as it was inconvenient for their other arrangements, and that's something I'll never be able to accept. I understand some people believe I'm being too severe, and perhaps some of you reading this feel I should assist my parents because they're elderly and frightened, and family is meant to stick together. But I think family is also meant to stick together when someone is facing life-threatening surgery, and they didn't do that for me. I'm not saying I'll never have a relationship with my parents again, but currently I need space, and I need them to grasp that their actions had repercussions. I'm not going to pretend everything is okay just to make them feel better about the choices they made. Jenna can continue living in Ohio with Barry and pretending that her wedding didn't cause all of this drama. My parents can continue working multiple jobs to pay for the financial errors they made. I'm going to continue living my life and taking care of myself because that's what I learned to do when they weren't there to assist me. I want to thank everyone who commented and messaged me with support because it truly helped me feel less alone about this entire situation. It's pleasant to know that there are people out there who understand that sometimes you must put yourself first, even when it's difficult and even when other people don't like it. So that's my final update, and I'm moving on from this drama because I have a life to lead. I've wasted enough time and energy on people who demonstrate they don't prioritize my well-being when it truly matters. I deserve better than that, and so does everyone else who has ever been abandoned by the people who were meant to love them unconditionally. This next one will make your jaw drop. I work construction, and yesterday I had one of those days where everything went wrong, and I was out there in 95-degree heat for 12 hours straight because the concrete pour got delayed, and then we had to stay late to finish the foundation work, and by the time I got home, I was covered in dust and sweat, and my back was killing me, and all I wanted was a shower, and maybe to sit down for 5 minutes and not think about anything. But when I walked through the door, my wife, Adriana, had 3 of her friends over, and they were all sitting in the living room with wine glasses and music playing. They all looked at me like I was some kind of intruder in my own house, and I could tell they'd been talking about something because they got all quiet when I came in. Adriana goes, "Oh, hey babe, you remember Fiona and Gina and Jane?" And I nodded and said, "Hey," but I was honestly too tired to do much more than that. And I just wanted to get upstairs and shower off all this concrete dust that was making me itch everywhere and maybe grab something to eat. But then Fiona, who I've never really liked because she's always got this attitude like she's better than everyone, she goes, "Wow, not even going to join us for a drink. That's pretty antisocial." And she was looking at me with this smirk that I knew meant she was trying to start something. And I'm standing there thinking, I've been working since 6 a.m., I'm exhausted, I'm dirty, I just want to clean up. But I can see Adriana looking at me with an expression like she's embarrassed or something, and I'm starting to feel anger building up, because why should I have to perform for these people when I just worked my butt off? All day to pay for this house they're sitting and drinking wine that I paid for. So I said, "Yeah, I'm going to pass tonight, I'm pretty beat," and I started heading toward the stairs. But then Gina pipes up with, "That's so rude. We hardly ever see you." And Jane nods and goes, "Adriana was just telling us how you never want to socialize anymore." And I could feel my face getting hot because what the heck is Adriana telling these people about me? I turned around and I probably should have just kept walking, but I was tired and annoyed, and I said, "Look, I work 60 hours a week. I'm covered in concrete dust. I haven't eaten since lunch. Maybe cut me some slack here." And Fiona laughs this fake laugh and goes, "There's always an excuse with you, isn't there?" That's when I really started getting angry, because who the heck is she to judge me? And I said, "Excuse me, I don't think working to support my family is an excuse." And Adriana jumps in with this voice like she's talking to a child and goes, "Okay, everyone, let's just calm down." But she's looking at me like I'm the problem here. And Fiona? She just wouldn't let it go. She says, "You know what? This is exactly what we were talking about before you got home. You're always so defensive and angry." And I'm thinking, what on earth were they talking about before I got home? And why is my wife discussing our private matters with these people? I looked at Adriana and I asked, "What exactly were you talking about?" And she got this deer in headlights look and says, "Nothing, we were just chatting." But I could tell she was not being truthful, and all her friends are sitting there watching this as if it were some kind of show. So I said, "Fine, I'm going upstairs." And I left them there and went to take a shower, and I figured that would be the end of it. But I could hear them talking and laughing downstairs, and it was really bothering me because I felt like they were talking about me and making jokes about me while I'm upstairs trying to clean off a day's worth of hard work. After my shower, I was still hungry, so I went to the kitchen to fix a sandwich, and I had to walk past the living room, and they all got quiet again when they saw me. And Fiona said something under her breath that made the other 2 laugh, and I just ignored it and went to the kitchen. But then I could hear them talking again, and I heard Adriana's voice say something about always in a bad mood and never wants to do anything fun. And I'm standing there making a sandwich thinking, is this really what my wife thinks of me? And is this what she tells her friends? So I took my sandwich and went upstairs to our bedroom and turned on Netflix and thought I'd just keep out of their way. But our house has thin walls, and I could hear everything they were saying, and that's when things got really bad. I heard Fiona say, I don't know how you put up with it. And Gina says, he's always so moody and hostile. And Jane adds, that's not normal behavior for a husband. And I'm sitting there eating my sandwich thinking, these people don't know anything about me or my marriage, yet they're sitting in my living room judging me. But then I heard Adriana's voice, and she said, you guys don't understand. It's gotten so much worse lately. He's become really controlling, and he gets angry over everything. And I nearly choked on my sandwich because what the hell is she talking about? I've never been controlling. I work all day and come home and try to stay out of everyone's way. Then Fiona says, that sounds like emotional abuse to me. And my heart just stopped because where the hell is this coming from? And Gina agrees and says, yeah, that walking away thing he just did, that's manipulation. And I'm thinking, how is me going upstairs to shower manipulation? And then Adriana, my wife, who I've been married to for 4 years, she says, sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd married someone different, someone who actually wants to be part of life instead of just existing in it. And I had to put my sandwich down because I felt like I was going to throw up. Jane says, you deserve better than this. And Fiona says, you need to think about whether this is the life you want. And Adriana just sighs and says, I know, I think about it constantly. He's just so negative and toxic, and I feel like I'm walking on eggshells all the time. I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, just staring at the wall, because I couldn't grasp what I was hearing. And I was trying to figure out when I became this awful person she's describing. Because I work every day, and I pay the bills, and I don't cheat, and I don't drink too much, and I don't hit her. And I thought we were happy, or at least all right. Eventually, I heard them growing louder, and more wine must have been consumed, because Fiona's voice was getting that slurred quality it takes on when she's drunk. And she was saying things like, he probably monitors your phone. And does he control the money? And Adriana was saying, well, he does handle all the finances. And I'm thinking, of course I manage the finances because she asked me to, as she dislikes dealing with bills and budgets. Then Gina says something about textbook signs of abuse. And Jane says, you need to document everything. And I understood they were discussing me as if I were a criminal. And my wife is just sitting there letting them portray me as this abusive monster when all I wanted was a shower after coming home tired from work. I couldn't bear it any longer, so I put on my headphones and attempted to watch TV. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Adriana said about wishing she'd married someone different, and wondering how long she's felt this way, and whether our whole marriage has been a lie. They finally departed around 11 p.m., and Adriana came upstairs and behaved as if nothing had occurred, and asked if I was all right. And I replied that I was fine, as I didn't know what else to say, and I required time to process what I'd heard. Yet I've been lying here pondering it, and I can't escape the sensation that I'm being framed for something, and that my wife has been talking about me behind my back for who knows how long, and portraying me as this awful person to justify whatever she's planning to do. Am I the asshole for going to my room instead of hanging out with her friends? Edit. Some people are asking about our relationship history. We've been together for 6 years, married for 4. Adriana works part-time at a boutique, and I work construction full-time. We bought our house 2 years ago, and I thought things were good between us. I suppose I was mistaken. Update 1. I don't even know where to begin, but I suppose I should recount what occurred, as it's insane. And I'm sitting in a hotel room right now, attempting to comprehend what my life has become. So yesterday morning I woke up, and Adriana had already left for work. I thought maybe we could talk when she got home, because I couldn't stop thinking about what I had heard the night before, and I needed to understand what was happening with us. I went to work, but I couldn't concentrate. And my foreman, Frank, asked if I was all right, because I was being careless and almost dropped a beam on my foot. I told him I was experiencing some problems at home, and he said to take the afternoon off and clear my head. So I came home early, around 2 p.m., and Adriana's car wasn't there. But I figured I'd wait for her and maybe tidy up the house a bit and try to think about how to approach this whole situation without it escalating into a fight. But when I walked into the house, I could hear voices in the living room. I thought maybe Adriana had come home for lunch by Uber and brought one of her friends. But when I looked around the corner, it was Fiona and Gina sitting at my kitchen table, going through papers, and they both jumped when they saw me. Fiona says, "Oh, we didn't expect you home so early." And I'm standing there, looking at these two women in my house without my wife. I asked, "Where is Adriana, and what are you doing here?" Gina got this nervous look and said, "She gave us a key. We're just waiting for her." And I was thinking, why on earth does my wife give keys to people without telling me? I then asked, "Waiting for her for what?" Fiona got that attitude again and replied, "That's between us and Adriana." I then noticed they had a collection of papers spread out on my table, and I could see what appeared to be bank statements. I asked, "Are those my financial documents?" Gina attempted to cover them up and said, "We're just helping Adriana with some things." And I then walked closer and could plainly see they had my bank statements, my pay stubs, even documents from when we purchased the house. I exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Fiona then stood up and said, "You need to calm down." But I was certainly not going to calm down because these individuals were sifting through my private financial information in my house without my consent. I demanded, "Get out, both of you, right now." Gina replied, "We're not leaving until Adriana gets here." I countered, "Yes, you are. This is my house, and you're going through my personal documents without permission?" Fiona got right in my face and declared, "This is exactly what we're talking about. You're being aggressive and controlling." I shot back, "I'm being aggressive? You're in my house sifting through my bank statements." And she replied, "Adriana has every right to access this information." I said, "Adriana has access to everything. She's on all the accounts, but you two do not." And Gina interjected with, "We're helping her understand her options." And that's when it became clear that they were helping her sort out finances for a divorce. I felt as though someone had punched me in the stomach, and I demanded, "Get out now, or I'm calling the police." And Fiona laughed, saying, "Go ahead, call them. They'll want to hear about how you're threatening us." And I stated, "I'm not threatening anyone. I'm telling you to leave my house." That's when Adriana entered and saw us all standing there, and she got this panicked expression. And Gina claimed, "He came home early and started yelling at us," which was not what happened at all. And Adriana looked at me and asked, "Why are you being so hostile?" I replied, "Adriana, why are your friends examining our financial documents?" She then got defensive and said, "I can share whatever I want with my friends." And I said, "Our bank statements and mortgage papers," without discussing it with me first. Fiona interjected, "See? He's trying to control what you can and can't do." And I replied, "I'm not trying to control anything. I just want to understand why my private financial information is being shared with people who are not part of this marriage." Adriana replied, "Because I needed help understanding our finances." And I said, "You could have asked me. I would have explained anything you wanted to know." And she retorted, "Right, like you explain anything. You just handle everything yourself and expect me to trust you." I stood there pondering, when did asking me about our finances become impossible? And I said, "Adriana, you've never asked me about money that I didn't answer." And Fiona interjected, "That's what every controlling husband says." Gina began gathering up the papers and said, "We should go." But Adriana told them to stay, and I insisted, "No, they should go. We need to talk about this privately." And Adriana replied, I don't want to be alone with you when you're like this. That hit me like a truck, because like what? Like what exactly? I asked. Like what, Adriana? What am I being like? And she answered, You're being aggressive and scary. And I looked around at these three women who were gazing at me as if I were some kind of dangerous animal. And I realized they had already concluded I was the villain, no matter what I said or did. I said, I'm going to go for a drive. When I come back, I want them gone so we can talk. And I turned to leave, but Fiona remarked, Running away again? That's mature. And I just lost my temper and turned around and said, You know what, Fiona? You've been talking shit about me in my own house for 2 days now, and I'm sick of it. She retorted, There it is, the real you coming out. And Adriana pleaded, Please don't yell. And I said, I'm not yelling. I'm trying to understand why my marriage is being discussed and dissected by people who don't even like me. Gina replied, We like you fine. We just think Adriana deserves better. And I asked, Based on what? You don't know anything about our relationship. And Fiona stated, We know enough. I looked at Adriana and asked, Is this what you want? Do you want your friends to decide what's best for your marriage? And she simply stood there, saying nothing. And that's when I realized she had already made up her mind about everything. I said, Fine, I'm leaving. Figure out whatever you need to figure out. And I went upstairs to grab some clothes. When I came back down, they were all huddled together, whispering, and they stopped when they saw me. I said, Adriana, we need to talk tomorrow, when you're ready to have an actual conversation. Fiona then interjected, She doesn't have to talk to you if she doesn't want to. And I replied, Actually, she's my wife, so yes, we do need to talk. That's when Fiona got really nasty and sneered. Not for long if she's smart. And I asked, What's that supposed to mean? And she retorted, It means she's finally seeing you for what you really are. I looked at Adriana and asked, Is that how you feel? And she refused to look at me and simply stated, I think you should stay somewhere else tonight. I responded, This is my house too. And Gina replied, Perhaps legally, but she doesn't feel safe with you here. I asked, Safe from what? What exactly do you believe I'm going to do to her? And Fiona declared, We've heard the stories. I questioned, What stories? And Adriana finally met my gaze and said, Just go, please. So I departed, and I'm now in this hotel, and I keep pondering Fiona's remark about we've heard the stories, wondering what tales Adriana has been recounting about me, and when our marriage transformed into something she felt she needed to escape. I phoned her this morning, but she didn't answer, so I texted, asking if we could meet and speak. She texted back that she needed space and would contact me when she was prepared. I'm unsure what I'm meant to do here, because it feels as if I'm being tried and convicted for offenses I don't even know I've committed, and my wife refuses to speak with me while her friends are treating me as if I'm dangerous. Am I losing my mind, or is this as crazy as it seems to me? Edit. A few people inquired about Jane since I mentioned 3 friends, but only the other 2 appear in the update. Jane and her husband relocated to Arizona the day after that evening for his job transfer, so she wasn't present for any of the subsequent drama. That entire wine night was actually meant to be a goodbye party for her, which makes it even more fucked up that they spent it talking shit about me instead of celebrating her relocation. Update 2. I can hardly believe I'm typing this, but my whole life just exploded, and I still can't quite grasp what happened. So yesterday morning, I decided I wasn't going to sit in that hotel room any longer, and I drove to Adriana's work to try and talk to her, because she wasn't answering my calls or texts. I figured if we could just have a normal conversation away from her friends, maybe we could sort this out. I waited in the parking lot until her shift ended, and when she came out, she saw me, and her face just fell. She looked scared, which made no sense, because I'm her husband, not some stalker. Still, she walked over to my truck and asked, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Adriana, we need to talk. This is getting out of hand." And she replied, "I told you I needed space." And I said, "It's been 3 days. How much space do you need to think about our marriage?" She looked around as if she was checking to see if anyone was watching us. She got in the truck and said, "Fine, but not here." So we drove to a coffee shop and found a corner table. I tried to hold her hand, but she pulled away, and that's when I knew this was going to be bad. I said, "Adriana, I overheard what you told your friends the other evening about wishing you'd married a different person, and I need to understand the origin of that sentiment." She wouldn't meet my gaze and simply stirred her coffee, saying, "I was just venting." I replied, "That didn't sound like mere venting. It sounded like you've been contemplating this for some time." And she finally looked up and admitted, "Maybe I have." I felt as though the floor had dropped out from beneath me. I asked, "What did I do? What happened to us?" And she responded, "It's not about what you did, it's about who you are." And I questioned, "Who am I, Adriana? Because apparently I no longer know." She began crying and stated, "You're just so angry constantly and you shut me out, and I feel like I'm living with a stranger." And I was sitting there thinking, angry about what? And shutting her out, how? Because we watch TV together every evening and we discuss our days, and I believed we were fine. I asked, "Can you provide an instance of when I've been angry or shut you out?" And she replied, "Like the other evening with my friends. You were so rude and hostile." And I responded, "I was tired. I had worked 12 hours and returned home dirty and exhausted." She replied, "That's what I mean. There's always a reason, always an excuse." And I said, "Working 12 hours isn't an excuse, it's reality." And she shook her head, saying, "You don't get it." I said, "Then help me get it. Tell me what I'm missing." And she replied, "You control everything. The money, what we do, who we see." And I was thinking, what is she talking about? Because she has access to all our accounts, and she's the one who usually decides what we do on weekends. I said, "Adriana, you have your own debit card. You can spend whatever you want. How is that controlling?" And she replied, "But you handle all the bills, and you get upset if I spend too much." And I said, "I get concerned when we're over budget. That's not the same as controlling." She goes, "See, you're doing it right now, making me feel bad about my feelings." And I said, "I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm trying to understand what you mean." But she just shook her head as if I were proving her point. We remained there for a few minutes, and then she said, "I think we should separate for some time so I can determine what I want." And I said, "What about counseling? What about attempting to resolve whatever issues you believe we have?" She goes, "I don't believe counseling will help." And I said, "Why not?" And she goes, "Because you'll just manipulate the counselor like you manipulate me." And I almost spit out my coffee because where the hell is this coming from? I said, "When have I ever manipulated you?" And she goes, "All the time, like when you become quiet and moody when things don't go your way." And I said, "I get quiet when I'm tired or stressed. That isn't manipulation." But she wore that look as if she'd already decided everything, and nothing I said would change her mind. And I realized her friends had persuaded her that everything I did amounted to a form of abuse. And she was viewing our entire relationship through that perspective now. I said, "Adriana, do you genuinely believe I'm abusive?" And she paused, then stated, "I believe you have controlling tendencies." And I said, "That's not what I inquired about." And she goes, "I don't know. Maybe." That maybe struck me like a blow to the stomach, because if my own wife believes I might be abusive, then what's the use in trying to rescue this marriage? And I said, "If you genuinely believe that, then perhaps we should simply get divorced." She began weeping more intensely and said, "Maybe we should." And that's when I realized it was finished, because she didn't even attempt to deny it or state she wished to resolve matters. We remained there for a few more minutes, and then she said she was going to reside at her sister's place for some time. And I said, "What concerning our home?" And she goes, "I don't know. We'll sort it out." I drove her to her vehicle, and she exited and stated, "I'm sorry." And I said, "For what?" And she replied, "For everything." And then she departed. I returned to the hotel, and I was sitting there, feeling as though my entire life had just concluded, when my phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. When I answered, it was a police officer stating they needed to speak with me regarding a domestic disturbance complaint. I said, "What domestic disturbance?" And he said someone had called and reported that I was bothering my wife and issuing threats. And I said, "I haven't issued any threats. I just had coffee with her an hour prior." He mentioned he needed to obtain a statement and inquired about my location, and I informed him I was at the XYZ hotel, and he said he would be right over. And I'm sitting there, pondering what on earth is occurring in my life. The officer arrived with a partner, and they were actually quite reasonable, asking me to explain my version of events. I recounted the separation and the meeting, and they made notes, inquiring if I had ever struck my wife or threatened her, to which I replied, "Definitely not." Then one of them said, "Sir, we must inquire. Have you been examining her personal possessions or monitoring her phone or computer?" And I said, "No, why would I engage in that?" And he goes, "The complaint referred to controlling conduct." I described finding her friends examining our financial records, and how that resulted in the argument. They exchanged glances, and one of them said, "So you're asserting she granted them access to your joint accounts?" And I said, "Seemingly." They asked a few more questions, and then stated they found no proof of criminal conduct, but I ought to probably keep away from my wife for a couple of days until things calmed down, and I said I was already residing at a hotel. After they departed, I called my brother and informed him of the situation, and he said, "Man, you require an attorney immediately." And I said, "For what purpose?" And he goes, "Because it seems like she's constructing a case against you." I said, "A case concerning what?" And he goes, "Divorce, spousal support, perhaps attempting to allege abuse so she obtains more of the assets." And I hadn't even considered that, but it made sense given her friends were reviewing our financial matters. So this morning, I contacted a divorce attorney and had a consultation. And he said, based on what I conveyed to him, it sounds as though my wife has been arranging this for some time, and her friends were likely assisting her in documenting everything for the divorce proceedings. He mentioned the police report, even though no accusations were made, could be utilized to portray me as unstable or menacing, and that I ought to be extremely cautious regarding any future contact with her. I am scheduled to meet with him again tomorrow to begin filing documents, because seemingly, if I don't file initially, she might attempt to obtain a restraining order or assert I'm concealing assets, or who knows what more. I continuously reflect on that discussion and how she uttered "maybe" when I inquired if she considered me abusive, and I'm pondering how long she has been planning this, and if anything about our marriage was genuine. The attorney stated her friends examining our financial records was, in fact, advantageous for me, as it demonstrates premeditation and planning instead of a spontaneous choice rooted in actual abuse. I cannot believe this is my current life. Final update. I don't even comprehend why I'm documenting this, except perhaps I need to express it all, because the past 24 hours have been utterly insane, and I feel as though I'm existing in some type of nightmare that merely continues to worsen. So after I posted that update, I was back at the hotel trying to figure out what on earth to do next when my phone started getting inundated with calls from numbers I didn't recognize. And when I finally answered one, it was my neighbor Simon asking if I was all right and what the heck was happening at my house. I said, "What do you mean, what's going on?" And he goes, "There are police here and ambulances, and Adriana's crying on the front lawn." And I felt like I was going to vomit, because what on earth was he referring to? I said, "Simon, what's occurring?" And he goes, "Well, something's happening because they've got the entire street blocked off." And I ended the call and drove home, even though the lawyer told me to stay away. When I reached my street, there were 3 police cars and an ambulance and a group of neighbors gathered. And I could see Adriana sitting in the back of one of the ambulances with a blanket around her shoulders, speaking to a paramedic, and when she saw me, she started weeping more intensely. One of the officers came over and said, "Sir, you need to leave immediately." And I said, "This is my house. What's going on?" And he goes, "We have a complaint of domestic violence." I said, "Domestic violence? I haven't even seen my wife since yesterday afternoon, and I've got witnesses." And he appeared doubtful and said, "She has bruises on her arms, and she says you grabbed her and shook her." "I was at the XYZ hotel last night. I can present the receipt. I can present the key card. I ordered room service. There must be cameras." Yet he merely instructed me to move away from the area. Another officer approached and asked, "Are you the husband?" And when I affirmed, he goes, "We need to apprehend you." And I said, "For what reason?" And he goes, "Assault and battery." And that's when I truly began to panic. I stated, "I wish to contact my lawyer," and they replied I could do so from the station, and they placed handcuffs on me right there in front of all my neighbors, and I could observe individuals taking photos with their phones, and I felt as though my entire existence was being ruined in real time. At the station, they put me in a holding cell and permitted me to call my lawyer, and when I recounted what occurred, he said, "Do not utter anything to anyone until I arrive." And I said, "But I possess an alibi. I wasn't even present." And he goes, "Just remain calm and keep silent." He appeared approximately 2 hours later, and we had a discussion with the detective, and my lawyer presented the hotel receipts, the keycard records, and the room service receipt from 9 p.m., and requested them to review the hotel security cameras, and you could witness the detective's expression alter when he grasped I could not have been at my residence when Adriana claimed the assault occurred. The detective exited the room and returned about 30 minutes later, stating there appeared to be some ambiguity concerning the timeline, and my lawyer asked, "What sort of confusion?" And he replied, "The purported victim might have been mistaken about when the event took place." My lawyer said, "Or the incident did not happen whatsoever," and the detective said they would require further investigation and let me go, but advised me not to return home or communicate with my wife. I returned to the hotel, and I was sitting there attempting to comprehend what on earth had just transpired when my phone chimed, and it was Fiona, and she was intoxicated and weeping, saying, "I'm sorry, this wasn't meant to unfold this way." I said, "What wasn't meant to happen this way?" And she replied, "Adriana wasn't meant to involve the police. We were simply attempting to assist her in preparing for the divorce." And I said, "Prepare in what manner?" She's weeping and slurring her speech, and said, "We instructed her that she had to record everything, that she required evidence that you were abusive." And I said, "Evidence of what? I never touched her." And Fiona replied, "We're aware, but she required something for the divorce proceedings." I could not credit what I was hearing, and I said, "Are you telling me she fabricated the bruises?" And Fiona begins weeping and says it was my suggestion. I suggested she photograph some marks and claim you caused them. But she wasn't meant to actually contact the police. I said, "What marks? What are you referring to?" And she replies, "She had a fall at work a few days prior and had contusions on her arms, and I said she ought to take pictures and say you grabbed her, and I felt as though I was going to be ill. I said, 'Fiona, are you asserting my wife has been intending to incriminate me for domestic violence?' And she replies, 'Not incriminate you, just provide her an advantage in the divorce.' And I said, 'That is the identical thing.' She continued to cry, apologizing and explaining that Adriana was only meant to threaten showing the pictures for a better settlement, but then her sister advised her to call the police to make it official, and things escalated. I ended the call and promptly phoned my lawyer, informing him of the conversation. He asked, 'Please tell me you recorded that?' I replied no, but offered to try and get her to repeat it. He instructed, 'Do not contact her, but if she reaches out to you again, record everything.' Around an hour later, Fiona called again. This time I was prepared and recorded the entire discussion. She essentially reiterated everything she'd mentioned earlier about their scheme to employ false domestic violence, claims to assist Adriana in the divorce, and how it wasn't meant to involve law enforcement. My lawyer stated this was significant, and that we needed to provide this information to the police right away, as filing a false police report is a felony, and so is lodging false domestic violence charges. This morning, we went to the police station and played the recording for the detective. The detective informed us they intended to arrest both Adriana and Fiona, that all charges against me would be dropped and expunged, and that they might also charge Gina if they could prove her involvement in the conspiracy. I inquired about the next steps, and he stated Adriana would likely face charges for filing a false police report, and potentially perjury, if her official statement contained lies, adding that I should reach out to a civil attorney regarding a lawsuit for defamation and false imprisonment. My divorce lawyer mentioned this alters the entire situation because we can now demonstrate she behaved dishonestly and attempted to defraud me, meaning she will likely receive nothing from the divorce and could even owe me compensation for damages. I frequently reflect on just how near I was to being arrested for an offense I did not commit, and how my wife, the individual I trusted above all others, was prepared to ruin my life and my good name solely to secure more money in a divorce settlement. What's most unbelievable is that if Fiona hadn't become inebriated and called me out of guilt, I could currently be in jail, facing years in prison for domestic violence I never committed. And Adriana would be portraying herself as the victim, likely receiving sympathy from everyone, while I lost everything. I'm unsure how someone can be married to another person for 4 years and remain unaware they're capable of such an act. But I suppose that's the consequence of trusting someone who was seemingly planning my betrayal all along. The divorce documents will be submitted tomorrow, and my lawyer states we will pursue her for every possible asset, and I have no regrets about that whatsoever, as she attempted to destroy my life for financial gain. I still find it hard to believe this is actually happening. Final update. I know most of you likely forgot about this whole mess by now, but I felt I should close the loop on everything that occurred, as many people were asking for updates, and the divorce was finalized last week. So after everything went down with the arrests and the false charges, Adriana ended up pleading guilty to filing a false police report and received 6 months of probation and community service, and also had to pay a fine. Fiona got the same, plus she had to pay restitution for my legal fees, which was helpful because those bills were getting quite steep. Gina wasn't charged with anything because they couldn't prove she knew about the fake bruise plan, but honestly, I think she was probably in on it too. Based on how she was acting that day, they were all going through my financial documents. The divorce took forever because Adriana kept trying to drag it out and claimed she was the victim of abuse, even after she'd been convicted of lying about it. But my lawyer shut that down pretty fast every time she tried to bring it up, and eventually her lawyer told her to stop because it was just making her look worse. She ended up getting basically nothing except her car and her personal belongings, and she had to split the lawyer fees with me, even though mine were much higher because of all the criminal stuff. And she had to sign a paper saying she would never claim I abused her or contact me again. I received the house and most of our savings, and my retirement account remained mine. I wasn't obligated to pay any alimony because of the false accusations incident, which my lawyer said was quite uncommon, but the judge was very displeased about the entire situation. The most unusual aspect was that Adriana's sister approached me a few weeks before the divorce was finalized and apologized. She stated she was unaware of what Adriana was planning and merely advised her to call the police because she credited Adriana's account about me striking her. She explained Adriana had been voicing complaints about our marriage for months, portraying me as this dreadful, domineering husband, and that she and Adriana's mom had been urging her to depart from me. But they never imagined she would fabricate claims of abuse. I asked her when Adriana began discussing our marriage being troubled, and she said it commenced immediately after we bought the house, and Adriana understood the extent of my earnings and the value of our assets. That's when she began asserting I was controlling and restricted her access to money, which was utter nonsense because Adriana was fully aware of exactly how much money we had and its location, and she possessed her own credit cards and bank accounts. But I guess she thought she could obtain more by feigning victimhood. Adriana's sister mentioned that Adriana has been residing with their mother since all of this occurred, working a retail position earning very little, and that she's been telling others I destroyed her life and had her arrested without cause. I responded that she brought about her own arrest by lodging false accusations against me. Her sister nodded and stated, "I know, but Adriana doesn't perceive it that way. She still believes she was justified because you were emotionally abusive." I inquired what emotional abuse she was referring to, and her sister listed working excessively, not wishing to socialize, managing the finances, all the things her friends persuaded her were abusive. I then realized Adriana likely still considers herself the victim throughout this whole affair. It's remarkable how an individual can persuade themselves that their poor choices are another's responsibility. But I suppose that's what Adriana requires to reconcile with herself. I'm doing well now. My job is good. I received a small increase in my salary last month and am earning even more money now, which is ironic because Adriana could have received half of everything had she simply requested a divorce. Rather than attempting to ruin my life initially, my brother and my parents never for a moment believed I was abusive, and all my co-workers found the charges absurd. My foreman even composed a character reference letter for my lawyer, stating I was one of the most composed individuals he had ever collaborated with. I still feel angry at times when I consider how near I was to losing everything, and perhaps even going to prison for something I didn't commit. But mostly, I just feel a sense of relief that it's concluded, and that I discovered Adriana's true nature before we had children or any other commitments. I never precisely determined when Adriana chose to end our marriage or when she began orchestrating the entire false abuse scheme, but it no longer matters, as she is not my concern and never will be again. Occasionally, I ponder what might have occurred if I had merely remained downstairs and socialized with her friends that evening instead of retreating to my room. But then I understood she was likely already intending to leave me regardless and would have discovered another pretext. Individuals who are prepared to deceive law enforcement and fabricate domestic violence accusations are not good people, no matter how you look at it. And I am better off without that sort of individual in my life, even if it took me 4 years to discern her true character. Regardless, my thanks again to everyone who supported me through this ordeal and assured me I wasn't insane, and that what was occurring was not normal, because without this community, I likely would have simply accepted that I was the issue and allowed Adriana to ruin my life. You all literally saved me from prison and destitution, and I cannot thank you enough for that. Edit. Please stop requesting Adriana's social media or attempting to locate her online. I'm not giving out personal information, and I don't want anyone harassing her, even though she deserves it. Just let her live her shitty life with her mom and leave it at that. Now let's move on to the last story. So here's the situation, and I'm going to try to lay it out as clearly as I can, even though nothing about this feels clear to me right now. My wife Sarah and I have been married for 8 years, and our anniversary was last month, and instead of giving me a watch or cologne or truly anything normal, she gave me an envelope over dinner at this fancy restaurant I believed we were going to celebrate at, and when I opened it, there were divorce papers within, and she simply sat there watching me read them, like she was waiting for me to thank her or something. I keep replaying that moment in my mind and how she appeared so calm and composed, while I felt like the floor was collapsing beneath me, and I still can't grasp how someone does that to a person they supposedly love. The waiter approached to ask if we wanted a dessert right after I finished reading, and I simply stared at him. Because what do you even say in such a situation? And Sarah ordered tiramisu, as if nothing had occurred, and ate the entire thing, while I sat there attempting to figure out what I'd done wrong. But let me backtrack, because the true story begins about 6 months ago when the company I was employed by was acquired by this massive corporation, and they gave all the middle management staff like me an ultimatum. And it wasn't truly an ultimatum at all, because they made it clear what they desired. They said we could either take a 20% pay cut and remain with reduced responsibilities, or we could accept a severance package and leave, and the way they presented it made it obvious they wanted most of us gone anyway. I'd been with that company for 12 years, and worked my way up from basically nothing, and I loved my job and the people I worked with, but 20% is a lot of money, and we'd have to make some changes to our lifestyle. But it wasn't like we'd be homeless or anything. Sarah makes decent money too as a dental hygienist, and we don't have kids yet, so I thought we could manage it, and maybe it would even be good for us to live a little simpler and not worry so much about keeping up with everyone else. When I told Sarah about the situation, I expected her to be supportive, or at least understanding, because that's what married couples do, right? They work through challenges together. But she immediately started talking about how this would affect our 5-year plan and our savings goals, and what would people think if we had to downsize the house or get rid of one of the cars. She kept saying things like, "You need to think about our future, and this isn't just about you anymore." And I started getting frustrated because I was thinking about our future, and I thought staying at a job I liked, even with less money, was better than starting over somewhere else. The conversation grew heated, and she said I was being selfish and not considering her feelings, and I said she was being shallow and only caring about money, and we both spoke words we probably shouldn't have uttered. But at the time, I thought it was just a typical argument that couples have when they're stressed about significant decisions. She stormed off to her sister's house and didn't come back for 2 days, and when she did return, she was cold and distant. But I assumed she needed time to process, and would soften once she saw that we could manage it. So I decided to stay at the company and accept the pay cut, and I thought once Sarah saw that we weren't going to starve or lose our house, she'd realize I made the correct choice. But instead, she grew more and more resentful and started making comments about how I gave up too easily and how a real man would have found a way to keep his full salary. She'd compare me to her friends' husbands who were getting promotions and raises, and she'd leave articles about career advancement lying around the house where I'd see them. And it felt like she was trying to make me feel like a failure. The worst part was how she began treating me like I was some kind of burden or charity case, and she'd make a big show of paying for dinner when we went out. Or she'd mention in front of other people that she was the breadwinner. Now, even though I was still making more money than her, just not as much as before. It felt as though she was punishing me for making a decision that affected both of us. And I began to wonder if she'd ever truly supported my career, or if she simply liked the money it generated. But here's where it becomes truly messed up, and I'm still trying to comprehend this part, because it reveals how calculating she was acting the entire time. Around 3 months after I accepted the pay cut, I started becoming restless, and considering perhaps starting my own consulting business, because I possessed all this experience and knowledge from my previous job. And I knew there were smaller companies that required assistance with the type of work I used to perform. I mentioned it to Sarah, and she was entirely dismissive, stating it was too risky, and we couldn't afford for me to be unemployed while I attempted to build a client base, and she made it seem like I was being irresponsible and fantasizing about something that would never succeed. So I didn't pursue it immediately, but the idea kept bothering me, and I started conducting some research on the side and contacting former colleagues and clients just to gauge what kind of interest there might be. And the response was actually quite encouraging. People remembered my work, and several of them mentioned they'd been frustrated with how things had changed since the buyout, and would be interested in collaborating with me independently, and that gave me the confidence to begin assembling a genuine business plan. I didn't tell Sarah about any of this because I knew she'd just dismiss it again, and I wanted to have something concrete to show her before I mentioned it. And in retrospect, I realized that was likely an error. But at the moment, I believed I was being shrewd and sensible. I spent about 2 months quietly establishing the foundation and securing prospective clients, and sorting out the legal and monetary aspects. And when I finally had 3 solid contracts in hand, I decided it was time to take the leap and resign from my position. The day I submitted my resignation, I came home so thrilled to tell Sarah the news and present her the agreements in detail, the potential earnings I could achieve if all proceeded as intended. But instead of being happy or proud, she utterly exploded and began yelling at me about how I'd made this major decision without conferring with her, and how I was risking our future, and how she no longer had faith in me. She said I was being irresponsible and self-centered, and that she felt like she didn't even recognize me. And I attempted to clarify that I'd conducted all this investigation and preparation, but she refused to hear it and simply continued shouting about how I'd violated her trust. That argument was worse than any we'd ever experienced, and it continued for hours with both of us, uttering terrible things, and at one moment, she stated she wished she'd never wed me, and that she merited better than someone who couldn't offer stability. And I replied, maybe she should seek someone else then if that's truly how she felt, and she said perhaps she would. And then she seized her car keys and departed, and didn't return until the following morning. Following that, things between us were practically frozen, and we were existing like housemates who couldn't tolerate each other and seldom spoke unless we needed to coordinate plans or settle accounts, and the entire house felt poisonous and antagonistic, and I began spending increasing amounts of time at Starbucks or other coffee shops just to escape the strain. My business was actually performing quite well, and within the initial month, I'd earned nearly as much as I would have at my previous job, even with the salary reduction, and by the subsequent month, I was earning more than my initial salary. But Sarah didn't appear to care or even observe, because she was so absorbed in being furious with me. I continued to believe things would improve once she recognized that the business was successful, and we were financially secure once more. But she never acknowledged it, and if anything, she appeared even further away and began working late more frequently and going out with companions without inviting me, and I started to suspect that something else was happening, but I didn't wish to be paranoid or accusatory, so I attempted to give her room and hoped we could resolve it. Now, this is where I must clarify what occurred on our anniversary, because it's crucial to grasp just how heartless this entire situation was. And I'm becoming angry again just considering it, but I need to express this. Sarah proposed we visit this costly restaurant that we'd attended for our initial anniversary, and I believe perhaps she was finally prepared to converse and work on our marriage, and I was genuinely optimistic that we could begin anew and leave all the arguments in the past. She dressed elegantly and styled her hair and applied makeup and appeared almost joyful for the first time in months. And I began to think that perhaps she'd recognized how prosperous the business was getting and was prepared to concede that I'd made the correct decision after all. We ordered wine and starters and were actually having a respectable conversation about ordinary topics, like work and her family, and I was beginning to relax and recall why I fell in love with her initially. Then, once the main course was served, she reached into her bag and took out this manila envelope and placed it on the table between us, and said she had an anniversary present for me, and I thought it might be tickets to something, or perhaps a nice card or photo of us from when we were happy, and I was genuinely touched that she'd gotten me something after months of barely acknowledging my existence. But when I opened the envelope and saw the divorce papers with my name already filled, and I felt like dying inside, and I looked up at her, and she was just sitting there with this strange smile, as if she'd been waiting for this moment, and was enjoying watching me realize what was happening. I asked her what this was supposed to mean, and she said she believed it would be simpler this way, instead of having a big dramatic fight, and that she'd already talked to a lawyer, and figured out how to divide everything up fairly. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and I asked her how long she'd been planning this. And she said she'd started thinking about it seriously when I took the pay cut, but it made up her mind when I quit my job without telling her. And I said, "But the business is doing well. Now we're making more money than before." And she just shrugged and said, it wasn't about the money anymore. It was about trust and compatibility. And she didn't think we wanted the same things in life. The entire conversation was so surreal and cold, and I kept waiting for her to say she was joking or that this was some kind of test, but she just kept eating her salmon and explaining the logistics of the divorce as if she were discussing weekend plans. And I finally got so upset that I raised my voice and asked her how she could do this to me on our anniversary. And she said she thought it would be poetic justice since this was where our marriage truly began, and now it was where it would end. After the waiter thing happened, which I mentioned at the start, I left some money on the table and walked out and sat in my car for about an hour or two, trying to process what had just occurred. When I got home, Sarah was already there packing a suitcase, and she said she was going to stay with her sister while we figured out the next steps, and that her lawyer would contact me regarding the paperwork. She was so calm about it, as if she'd rehearsed the entire thing, and I realized that she had probably been planning this for months, and I'd been completely unaware. But hold on, it gets far worse, and this is the part that truly reveals what kind of person she is and why I'm doubting everything I believed I knew about our marriage. Roughly a week after she moved out, my business secured this massive contract with a regional company that was set to triple my monthly income. And all of a sudden, I was earning more money than I'd ever made in my life. And like an idiot, I told Sarah. So I called her and informed her about the contract and its monetary value. And instead of congratulating me, she became very quiet and then asked if we could meet for coffee to discuss things. And I agreed. We met near her sister's house, and she began the conversation by stating she'd been doing much thinking, and perhaps she'd been too quick with the divorce papers, and that she'd been stressed and emotional and hadn't been thinking clearly about what was truly best for both of us. She said she missed me and missed our life together, and wanted to know if there was a way we could resolve things and return to how things once were. Initially, I felt relieved because I still loved her despite everything that had occurred, and I wanted to believe that she'd realized she'd made a mistake and that we could repair our marriage and be happy again. But something about the timing felt wrong, and I began asking her questions about when precisely she'd started having these second thoughts, and if it had anything to do with my business success. She grew defensive and stated it wasn't about money. It was about realizing how much she valued our relationship and how she'd been letting her fears concerning financial security obscure her judgment about what was truly important. But I could tell she was being untruthful, and I urged her for more details about what had changed her mind so abruptly. That's when she made a mistake and broke down and confessed that she'd been seeing someone else for the past 2 months and that she'd thought she was ready to move on with him. But now she was confused and didn't know what she wanted. And I felt like the ground was falling out from under me again because this meant she'd been unfaithful to me while we were still married and living in the same house. I asked her who he was, and she said it was a guy named Derek who works at the dental practice with her, and that it had started as just talking about her marriage problems, but had developed into something more, and they'd been dating and spending time together. But she insisted they hadn't slept together yet, though I'm not sure if I believe that. And it doesn't truly matter anyway because the emotional betrayal is just as bad. She kept claiming it wasn't serious with Derek and that she'd only become involved with him because she felt lonely and angry with me, and that now she understood she'd made a mistake and wished to try again with our marriage. But I was so angry and hurt that I could hardly think clearly. And I told her that she couldn't simply decide to return now that I was earning good money again after she'd already disengaged from our marriage and begun seeing someone else. The conversation continued back and forth for about 2 hours, with her crying and pleading with me to give her another chance, and me attempting to process the fact that she'd been dishonest with me for months and had likely only filed for divorce because she believed she had Derek as a backup plan. And now that I was successful again, she was reconsidering which option would be more beneficial for her. I finally told her that I needed time to think, and that I couldn't make any decisions while I was this upset and angry. She said she understood, but that she hoped I would consider counseling or trying to work things out because she still loved me and had just gotten scared and made some bad choices, but that we could get past this if we both truly wanted to. That was 3 weeks ago, and since then she's been calling and texting constantly, asking me to meet with her again or go to couples therapy or just talk about what we both want. And I've been avoiding her because I'm still trying to figure out what I think and feel about everything that's happened and whether there's any way to salvage this situation. The thing that truly bothers me is how calculated and manipulative the whole thing seems when I look back at the timeline. And I keep wondering if she ever genuinely loved me, or if she just loved the lifestyle and security I provided and was willing to trade up when she thought she found something better, but now wants to hedge her bets since my business is doing so well. My friends are divided on what they think I should do, and some of them say that marriage is hard and people make mistakes, and if she's genuinely sorry and willing to work on things, then maybe we can get past this. But others say that what she did was unforgivable, and that I should just move on and find someone who won't abandon me the minute things get tough, financially. My sister believes Sarah is a gold digger, who revealed her true nature when she thought I wouldn't be successful anymore, and that I'd be foolish to take her back. But my mom feels I should at least attempt counseling, because 8 years of marriage is worth fighting for, and people do foolish things when they're scared and stressed about money. I don't know what to believe anymore, and I waver between wanting to give her another chance and feeling like I'd be foolish to trust someone who could be so cold about something as serious as our marriage. And I keep questioning if this is truly who she is, and if the person I thought I married was just an act she performed when things were going well. So I suppose my question is, am I the jerk if I refuse to try to resolve things with her after everything that's occurred and just proceed with the divorce, even though she says she wants to stay married now? Or should I give her another chance and try to rebuild our relationship, even though I don't know if I'll ever be able to trust her again? I know this is a mess, and I'm likely not thinking clearly about any of it, but I need some external perspective because everyone in my life has opinions, and I don't know who to heed anymore. And I'm weary of going in circles in my own head about what the correct thing to do is. Update 1. Many of you suggested I should uncover more about this Derek character and the timeline of when their relationship began, and whether Sarah had been planning the divorce for longer than she admitted. Initially, I wasn't sure I wanted to know, because sometimes ignorance is simpler than facing a painful truth. But I recognized I needed to grasp what I was truly up against before I could make any choices about our future. So I decided to conduct some investigating, and it turns out Sarah has been far more dishonest with me than I even suspected. The entire story she told me about getting scared when I took the pay cut and then panicking when I started my business was essentially complete garbage, designed to make me feel sorry for her and take her back. Here's what I discovered, and I'm still processing how foolish I was to believe her lies for so long. But I suppose when you love someone, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt even when they don't deserve it. And you make excuses for behavior that should be obvious red flags. I started by reviewing our credit card statements and bank records to see if there were any charges or transactions that might offer clues about what Sarah had been doing and when. Immediately, I found things that didn't align with what she'd told me about the timeline of her relationship with Derek. There were restaurant bills dating back 6 months to places we'd never visited together, and cinema tickets, and even a hotel charge from 4 months ago, which was right around the time I was first considering starting my business. And she was supposedly just concerned about our finances and hadn't met Derek yet, according to her account. Next, I checked her phone records, which I could view via our family plan, and noticed she'd been messaging someone using Derek's number, beginning nearly 7 months prior. This was directly after I accepted the pay cut and long before she asserted they'd begun discussing marital issues at work. The volume of these messages grew steadily, and by the point I left my job to launch the business, they were exchanging hundreds of texts daily and engaging in phone calls that stretched for hours, all of which occurred while she was giving me the silent treatment and behaving as if I'd destroyed our marriage through financial irresponsibility. However, here's the detail that truly sickened me and revealed just how manipulative she'd been all along. I find it hard to believe I didn't notice it earlier, but I suppose I was so intent on trying to salvage our marriage that I failed to heed the warnings directly before me. Additionally, on my home computer, I discovered emails from a random Gmail account with saved passwords in my Chrome browser that she may have neglected to remove. These were exchanges between Sarah and a divorce lawyer, going back 5 months, meaning she was already seeking advice about dissolving our marriage before I even brought up launching my own business, and certainly prior to any of the major arguments we had concerning my career choices and financial planning. The emails revealed her inquiries about safeguarding her assets, the expected settlement, and if my reduced income would influence spousal support calculations. It's evident she had been orchestrating this divorce long before she stated she began questioning our relationship. There was even an email where she asked the lawyer about the optimal timing for filing documents, inquiring whether it would be better to wait until after our anniversary or before. The lawyer suggested that legally, timing was irrelevant, but advised her to consider the emotional impact on both individuals, and Sarah replied that she wanted to ensure I grasped the gravity of her decision to end the marriage. Reading those emails was like being stabbed in the heart. It revealed that the anniversary dinner wasn't a spontaneous choice or even a reaction to financial stress, but rather a deliberate action intended to inflict maximum pain and confirm she was finished with our marriage. But hold on, it gets even more alarming, because I also uncovered proof that she had been planning to move in with Derek for months. She had even viewed apartments with him, and Derek had paid a deposit on a place before she ever served me with divorce papers, and informed me she was staying with her sister. I drove by the address from the lease agreement, and sure enough, there's Sarah's car in the parking lot. When I knocked on the door, Derek answered, and the look on his face when he saw me was pure panic and guilt. He tried to close the door, but I pushed past him and found Sarah sitting on the couch in a bathrobe, looking like she'd just woken up, even though it was 3 in the afternoon. The confrontation that followed was probably the ugliest thing I've ever been part of, and I'm not proud of some of the things I said, but I was so angry and hurt that I couldn't control myself, and just started yelling about how they'd both been lying to me for months and planning this behind my back while pretending to be concerned about our marriage. Sarah tried to deny it at first and said she'd only moved in with Derek after we separated, and that the apartment was just temporary until she figured out what she wanted to do long term. But I had copies of the lease that Derek had sent and the emails with the lawyer and the phone records, and she couldn't explain any of it without admitting that she'd been planning to leave me long before she claimed she started having doubts. Derek kept trying to make me leave, claiming this was a matter between Sarah and me and did not involve him. But I informed him that he'd been texting my wife for months, while we were still married and living together, so he was absolutely implicated, and that he was a coward for being secretive instead of transparent about the situation. The whole thing descended into shouting and insults, with Sarah crying and claiming she never intended for things to unfold like this, and that she'd simply become confused and frightened, but that she still cared for me and wished to resolve matters. I told her that was utter nonsense, and that one doesn't accidentally plot a divorce for months and move in with another man if they love their spouse. Derek eventually told me to leave, or he would contact the police. I replied to proceed, as I wished for them to be aware that he had been having an affair with a married woman and assisting her in planning a divorce so she could relocate with him. But then Sarah pleaded with me not to complicate things further than they already were, and stated we could speak in private if I would simply exclude Derek from the discussion. I left, but I was trembling with fury, and I remained in my car for about an hour, attempting to grasp what I had just discovered, and how utterly I had been deceived by someone I believed I knew, loved, and entrusted with my entire life and future. I began recalling all the instances over the last few months when she had made me feel insane or overly suspicious for sensing that something was amiss. That night, Sarah called me, crying and begging me to meet her so she could explain everything, and I almost didn't answer, but I was curious to see what kind of story she'd devise. Now that I knew the truth about the timeline, the planning, and the apartment with Derek, we met, and she immediately began apologizing, saying she knew she'd managed everything poorly, but that she'd been scared and confused and hadn't known how to handle her feelings about our marriage and her attraction to Derek, making a series of bad decisions that snowballed into this mess. She stated that she'd started speaking with a lawyer and looking at apartments to explore her options and figure out what she really wanted, but that she'd never been completely sure about leaving me until I quit my job without talking to her first. And that's when she realized we had different values and priorities and couldn't make our marriage work. Yet, she then explained that observing how successful my business had become led her to realize she was incorrect about my capability to provide for us, and that perhaps she'd prioritized short-term financial security too much instead of believing in our long-term relationship. And that's why she wanted to try again, now that she understood what I was capable of. I questioned her about the hotel expenses, the apartment with Derek, and all the falsehoods she'd told me regarding the timeline. She then broke down, weeping, and confessed that she'd been seeing Derek for months, and that they had been intimate, but claimed it was merely because she felt so detached from me and our marriage, and that it held no significance compared to what we shared. She repeatedly stated that Derek was simply a rebound, or a means to cope with her loneliness and anger, but insisted that I was the individual she truly loved and wished to be with. She added that she'd made a grave error by becoming involved with him, but now understood what she had nearly discarded and desired to mend matters between us. The entire discussion made me feel ill, as every word she uttered was either untrue or a manipulation intended to evoke my pity and convince me to take her back. I could now see straight through it, having learned the actual timeline and the extensive planning involved in her betrayal. I informed her that I could no longer trust anything she said, as she had been deceiving me for months. I added that even if she genuinely felt regret now, it was solely because my business had become successful, and she recognized she might be financially better off remaining married to me than beginning anew with Derek, who likely earns less money. She became defensive and claimed it wasn't about money, and that she truly loved me and was sorry for her errors. But I noted that she'd only started having second thoughts after I secured the large contract and began earning more money than before, which seemed like a significant coincidence if her sentiments truly stemmed from love and not financial stability. We debated for an additional hour, and she continued pleading with me to grant her another opportunity, vowing she'd break it off with Derek, seek therapy, and do whatever necessary to restore our marriage. Yet I told her that I felt I could never trust her again after all I had uncovered, and that I had no interest in being someone's fallback option when their initial choice failed. This occurred yesterday, and I've been reflecting on all that transpired, attempting to determine my next steps. The more I think about it, the more certain I become that Sarah only desires me back because I'm earning well again, and that should my business falter tomorrow, she would likely return directly to Derek or begin seeking her subsequent alternative. I feel like an utter fool for trusting her narrative about being frightened and making errors, when the truth is she was scheming to depart for months and had already progressed with another individual, only reconsidering when she understood that remaining married to me could be more advantageous than divorcing and beginning anew. I wanted to update everyone who gave me advice, because your comments really helped me see that I needed to dig deeper and find out the truth, instead of just accepting Sarah's version of events and feeling guilty about not giving her another chance. I'm going to contact my own lawyer tomorrow and begin the process of protecting my business assets and making sure that Sarah doesn't get rewarded for her dishonesty and betrayal. And I'm finished trying to save a marriage with someone who clearly never valued or respected me the way I valued and respected her. So to answer my original question, I certainly don't think I'm the asshole for refusing to take Sarah back after all she did. And I'm confident that I'm making the right choice by going through with the divorce and moving on with my life without someone who only wanted me for what I could provide, rather than for who I actually am as a person. Thanks again for all the support and advice, and I'll likely update again once I've talked to the lawyer and figured out what the next steps are, but right now I just want to concentrate on my business and moving forward with my life without someone who thinks I'm just a financial safety net to fall back on when her other plans don't work out. Final update. This is likely going to be my last update unless something truly crazy happens, but I wanted to let everyone know how things ended up and what I decided to do after uncovering the truth about Sarah's timeline and her real motivations for wanting to reconcile our marriage. I contacted a divorce lawyer yesterday morning and spent 2 hours reviewing all the evidence I'd collected about Sarah's planning and her relationship with Derek. And the lawyer said I had a very strong case for showing that she'd been planning the divorce for months and had been having an affair, which would certainly work in my favor when it came to asset division and spousal support. The lawyer also assisted me in understanding how to safeguard my business assets, since most of the growth and success had occurred after Sarah had already moved out, filed for divorce, and started living with Derek, meaning she couldn't claim that her support and partnership had contributed to the business success she now wished to benefit from. I was feeling quite good about having a clear legal strategy and proceeding with ending this marriage once and for all. But then Sarah arrived at my house around noon, completely hysterical, begging me not to go through with the divorce and saying she'd made the biggest mistake of her life and would do anything to mend things between us. She said Derek had ended their relationship with her the night after I'd confronted them at the apartment, and that he'd told her he didn't want to be involved in a messy divorce situation and couldn't handle the drama and stress of being with someone who was still married and trying to figure out what she wanted. According to Sarah, he'd essentially forced her out and told her that he thought she should try to resolve things with me, since it was clear she was still uncertain about her feelings, and that he didn't want to be anyone's rebound relationship or second choice, and that she needed to sort out her life before getting involved with someone new. So now she was completely alone and panicking about losing both Derek and me, and she was crying and saying she realized now that I was the only person who had ever truly loved her, and that she'd been an idiot to discard our marriage for someone who didn't even want her when things grew complicated. She begged me to forget about the lawyer and give her one more chance to prove that she was serious about our marriage and that she'd learned from her mistakes and would never betray my trust again. And she promised to go to counseling and do whatever work was necessary to rebuild our relationship and regain my trust. I told her that I appreciated her apology, but that too much had occurred for me to trust her again, and that I didn't want to be married to someone who only valued me when their other options didn't work out. And she started crying harder and saying that wasn't true and that she'd always loved me but had just gotten scared and made poor decisions. But here's the thing that truly confirmed it for me and revealed that even now, when she allegedly learned her lesson and wants to make things right, she's still acting manipulatively and dishonestly about her real motivations. And I'm glad I discerned it before I made the error of taking her back. While she was crying and begging me to reconsider, she brought up repeatedly how well my business was performing and how proud she felt of what I'd achieved, and how she'd always had faith in me even when she was worried about the financial shifts. and it was clear that she was attempting to remind me of how much money I was earning now and how pleasant our life could be if we stayed together. She also continually discussed our house, our cars, and the vacation we'd been planning for next year, and how much she missed our former life together and wished to return to being happy and successful as a couple. And it was evident that she was considering the lifestyle and security I could offer, not about genuinely loving me as a person. The breaking point was when she mentioned she'd been speaking with her sister about our predicament, and that her sister had highlighted how uncommon it was to find a man who was both financially prosperous and truly kind-hearted, and that Sarah shouldn't surrender that easily, and that most women would yearn to have a husband who could provide the sort of security and stability that I presented. When she said that, I understood that even her apology and her pleas were solely about money and what I could provide for her, and that she still failed to grasp that she'd ruined something irreparable with promises and tears, and that I merited better than someone who viewed me chiefly as a financial asset. I informed her that I was absolutely proceeding with the divorce, and that nothing she might say would alter my decision, and that she had to accept that our marriage had ended and begin figuring out how to construct a life for herself that wasn't reliant on exploiting other people for financial security. She then became angry and began yelling that I was being cruel and that she'd made mistakes. But everyone merits forgiveness and another chance, and that I was discarding 8 years of marriage due to pride and stubbornness, and that I would regret this choice when I was old and alone. I remained calm and informed her that I wasn't being vindictive. I was simply being realistic about the type of person she'd proven herself to be, and that I couldn't live my life with someone I couldn't trust, and that she'd made her decision when she began planning to leave me months prior and moved in with Derek. She eventually departed after threatening to contest the divorce and attempt to acquire half of everything, including my business. But my lawyer had already cautioned me that she might attempt that, and we'd prepared for it by recording the chronology of everything. This morning I received a text from her saying she was sorry for getting angry and that she still hoped I'd change my mind, but that she understood why I was hurt and that she'd always loved me, even if we couldn't make our marriage work. And it was actually somewhat sad because I think a part of her truly does believe that she loved me, even though her actions showed that she only valued what I could provide for her. I'm meeting with my lawyer again tomorrow to complete the divorce paperwork, and I'm actually feeling relieved and hopeful about the future for the first time in months, because I know I'm making the correct decision and not letting someone manipulate me into remaining in a relationship that was never truly what I imagined it to be.